Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
The opening ceremony will shortly begin. We encourage all in participants to have a seat and for the online participants to stay muted during the event and turn on the cameras.
We kindly ask that everyone refrain from any noisy or disruptive behavior during the sessions to ensure that everyone can hear the speakers and participate in the discussions.
While we wait for the symposium to begin, we would like to remind all participants that a certificate of participation will be awarded to all in-person attendees who meet the following requirements.
First, attend the entire symposium in person at the Java Ballroom, the Western Hotel Jakarta. Second, check in at the Secretariat registration desk located in front of the Java Ballroom. And last, fill out the symposium satisfaction survey, which can be accessed through the barcode provided on each participant's badge.
Before we begin, we would like to remind that everyone's safety is our top priority. To ensure that all participants are aware of the safety protocols and guidelines in place, we will start the session with a safety induction delivered by Western Hotel staff.
Please pay close attention to it as it provides essential information on how to stay safe during the event. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to approach one of our hotel staff members.
Now, let's begin the safety induction. We invite the Western Hotel staff to deliver the safety induction. The floor is yours.
Gentlemen, my name is Sonny. I'm from Loss Prevention Department. I will conduct quick safety briefing before your meeting begin. This building is completed with variety of fire life safety equipment, such as portable fire extinguisher, smoke detector, sprinkler, public announcement speakers, and emergency response team standby for 24 hours. Currently, we are on level ground, Java Ballroom, and the nearest emergency exit is in the corner from this function room. During emergency situation, please stay calm and do not panic. Our emergency response team will guide you to the assembly point. Our assembly point is in front of the lobby hotel. By any chance, if you experience earthquake, you should do 3 of these things: drop, cover, and hold. We ensure there is no evacuation drill for today. For additional information, the toilet would be in front from this function room, and the smoking area at the east lobby outside. And if you see the escalator, you can go up 1 level, then you find the praying room in the right corner. For safety and security reason, please keep your belonging attended. For all function room in this building is prohibited from smoking, e-vaping, or electric cigarette. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention and have a pleasant day.
Thank you very much. I hope that the safety inductions has helped you to understand the safety guidelines and procedures that we have in place. If you have any questions or need further clarifications, please do not hesitate to ask our staff. Now we can move on to the main event of the day.
To our honorable guests, speakers, and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Sejahtera. Welcome to the ASEAN-Japan Medical Devices Regulatory Symposium 2025.
My name is Donna.
And my name is Bintang.
We are honored to be your host for these momentous occasions, the ASEAN-Japan Medical Devices Regulatory Symposium 2025.
This symposium represents a significant collaboration between the Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices Agency, PMDA of Japan, the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, and the Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Indonesia. It is made possible through the generous support of the Japan-ASEAN Integration Fund, JAIF, along with additional assistance from the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA.
The primary aim of this initiative is to enhance the capacity of medical device regulators across Asia, facilitating harmonized regulations that can keep up the pace with the rapid advancement in medical technologies.
Today marks the official launch of a 2-year collaborative initiative. We are pleased to begin the first phase of activities, taking places from May 14 to 16, 2025, here at the Westin Jakarta. The program begins today with a 1-day symposium designed to share key regulatory insights with industry representatives and to foster meaningful dialogue between regulators and stakeholders. This will be followed by a 2-day seminar from May 15 to 16, focused on capacity building for 4 regulatory staff members from each ASEAN member state.
This symposium serves as a crucial platform for knowledge sharing and also exchange the experiences among regulators, academia, industry, and medical device associations, both regionally and internationally.
Additionally, this project aims to promote equitable access to safe, effective, and innovative medical devices for both communicable and non-communicable diseases throughout the ASEAN region.
We are also excited to feature a product showcase highlighting 22 domestically manufactured Indonesian medical devices. This showcase not only promotes our local products but also foster valuable networking opportunities between ASEAN member states and Japan.
As stated in the agenda, we have invited honorary guests and some incredible speakers and moderators. First of all, we would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our honorable guests, distinguished speakers, moderators, and all participants for joining us today to attend this great symposium.
It is an honor for us to introduce and welcome our honorable guest, Ambassador of the Missions of Japan to ASEAN, His Excellency Kia Masahiko.
Head of Pharmaceuticals and Medical Devices Agency, Asia Office, Dr. Kitahara Jun.
Vice Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Dante Saksono Habuono, Specialist in Internal Medicine and Consultant in Endocrinology, Metabolism, and Diabetes, PhD.
Vice Rector of Universitas Indonesia for Research and Innovation, Professor Dr. Hamdi Muluk.
Director of Center for Clinical Sciences, National Institute for Health Security, Dr. Sugiura Wataru.
Director General for Pharmaceuticals and Medical Devices of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Rizka Andalusia Apoteker, Master of Pharmacy and Master of Hospital Administration.
The Dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Indonesia, Professor Dr. Apoteker Ariyawan, Magister Science.
Office Director of Asia Training Center and International Cooperation, PMDA Japan, Ms. Endo Ayumi.
Director of Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices Resilient, Mr. Jeffrey Adianto.
Director of Research Funding and Ecosystem, Universitas Indonesia, and the Chief of ASEAN-Japan Medical Devices Regulatory Training 2025, Professor Apoteker Rani Sauriasari, Master of Medical Science and Doctor of Philosophy.
Director of Healthcare Services Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, ERIA, Ms. Manami Uechi.
Vice President Director of Japan External Trade Organization, JETRO, Jakarta Office, Ms. Kazumi Seiko.
Senior Director of JETRO, Jakarta Office, Mr. Nakamura Ipe.
Member of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia, Ms. Destita Hoirilisani.
Japan ASEAN Integration Fund Management Team, Ms. Takimoto Sayuri.
And all our distinguished guests from ASEAN Secretariat, the Japan International Cooperation Agency Indonesia Office, esteemed VVIP and VIP guests from the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, the Deans of Health Sciences Cluster at Universitas Indonesia, as well as the directors, vice deans, and faculty managers of Universitas Indonesia.
All VIPs from Center for Clinical Sciences, JIHS, and Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, director from International Pharmaceutical Federations, regulators, industries, and all lecturers.
We are also very delighted and honored to have many speakers taking part in our event. So please allow us to introduce our distinguished speakers. Ms. Yamada Hiromi, Principal Reviewer, Office of In Vitro Diagnostic, PMDA, Japan.
Dr. Ishibashi Kenichi, Senior Scientist, PMDA, Japan.
Dr. Ita Yoshinori, Manager in IT Solution Division, Medical Business Division, Fujifilm Corporation.
Ms. Hagiwara Hiroko, Operating Officer, General Manager of Clinical Development and Regulatory Affairs Divisions, Nihon Koden.
Mi- Mr. Dede Mulyadi, Bachelor of Public Health, Master of Health, and Certified Risk Management Professional, Director for Medical Device Production and Distribution, Ministry of Health, Republic of Indonesia.
Ms. Febi Yuriza Putri, Magister Science, Director of Marketing and Finance, PT, Graha Teknomedica, Indonesia.
Ms. Irena Pratt, Team Lead in Vitro Diagnostic Assessment, World Health Organization.
Before we begin, we would like to read you our agendas today.
We will start our symposium by opening speeches from Ambassador Extraordinary Plenipotentiary Mission of Japan to ASEAN,
Office Director of Asia Training Center and International Cooperation, PMDA.
Vice Rector of Universitas Indonesia for Research and Innovation,
Vice Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, followed by photo sessions and continued from the session 1 until 3. Before the lunch break, we will have the first sessions by Ms. Yamada Hiromi and Dr. Ishibashi Kenichi.
After a lunch break, we will have the second session by Dr. Itai Yoshinori and Ms. Hagiwara Hiroko, followed by the third session by Mr. Dede Mulyadi, Ms. Febi Yuriza Putri, and Ms. Irena Pratt, as well as all other symposium speakers during the panel discussion. These three sessions will be followed by a Q&A for each segment. And lastly, for today, we will have closing remarks from the Dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Indonesia.
Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to begin our event with a welcoming speech from the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary Mission of Japan to ASEAN.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Kiya Masahiko.
Professor Dante Saxono Habuono, Vice Minister for Health. Professor Dr. Hamdi Muluk, Vice Rector of University of Indonesia for Research and Innovation, Ms. Endo Ayumi, Office Director of Asia Training Center and International Cooperation, OAIC, PMDA, distinguished speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to be given this opportunity to make opening remarks in front of such a large audience. I understand that both on-site and online, I think more than 1,000 are listening to this. That shows the importance of this event. So I'd first like to express my deep appreciation to all those who contributed to the organizing of this symposium, from the Ministry of Health of Indonesia and University of Indonesia and Japan Pharmaceuticals and Medical Device Agency, PMDA. Medical devices are essential for diagnosis, prevention, and treatment of diseases of every country, including ASEAN and Japan. To enhance patients' benefit, the prompt introduction of innovative and safe medical devices to medical and healthcare practice is highly significant, including software as medical devices, AI, or IoT. All those innovation continues. This symposium, along with a two-day seminar to be held starting tomorrow, will provide a platform for regulatory authorities to share knowledge and experiences regarding medical devices regulations and to promote capacity building across sectors. In addition, it also aims to deepen understanding towards the harmonization of regulations across ASEAN, Japan, or the world. These efforts contribute to ensuring fair access to safe, effective, and innovative medical devices in the ASEAN region and beyond. This is the very objective of this symposium along with the seminar. So in the implementation plan of the ASEAN-Japan vision statement, joint vision statement adopted in 2023, 2 years ago, under Indonesia chairmanship year, the ASEAN and Japan expressed their commitment to promoting cooperation in this field. That is, the expansion of access to quality health services, pharmaceuticals, and medical devices for non-communicable diseases, including training in regulating pharmaceuticals and medical devices through platforms such as the PMDA ATC Asia Training Center. This symposium is, along with the seminar, is another concrete manifestation of our commitment that we made jointly 2 years ago. Furthermore, following the ASEAN-Japan Risk Management Plan Symposium held in 2022 and 2023, I myself attended the one in 2023 held at Ayana Hotel. I remember still vividly. And Japan is supporting now this phase 2 project through Japan ASEAN Integration Fund, JAIF, in collaboration with Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, reflecting our long-term commitment to the health sector. I need to recognize that at the center of these efforts on the Japanese side is PMDA, which has strengthened its engagement in ASEAN region, including the opening of its Bangkok office in July last year, head of our Bangkok office here is Dr. Kitamura. PMDA is key to Japan's support for the health sector in ASEAN. The mission of Japan strongly supports PMDA's long-time engagement efforts and will continue to do so for the further development of health sector in ASEAN. Just that I recognize in the last 2.5 years since I came here in Jakarta, strong ties between ASEAN and Japan, including the Vice Minister Dante. I think he studied in Japan with his family. I met him and his wife 2 years ago at the ASEAN Health Ministers meeting, Gala Dinner. I was greatly impressed. And I noticed that so many are engaged, studied in Japan. And I think it's the same, not only in Indonesia, but also across ASEAN. And so I sincerely hope that this symposium, along with the 2-day seminar starting tomorrow, will be a great opportunity for each and every one of you, not only to strengthen ASEAN and your practice in this important field of medical device regulation, but also to renew our friendship, ties, memories, which is a trust, which is the fundamental basis of our collaboration. I just heard about the discussion on the clinical trial collaboration between Indonesia and Japan. So many cases, so many patients are in Indonesia, so many technologies to be tried in Japan. Both combined, it's a win-win collaboration that applies not only to Indonesia, but across ASEAN and beyond. So as the ambassador of Japan to ASEAN, I'd like to renew my commitment to do my very best to support events like this for the benefit of the people, most disadvantaged people in this country, in ASEAN, but also across Japan. And together, ASEAN is leading the world. Japan is really always working with ASEAN. Together, we can lead the world for the benefit of our people and the region and the entire world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Kiya Masahiko, for the excellent speech. Next, it is our privilege to invite Ms. Endo Ayumi, Office Director of Asia Training Center and International Cooperations at PMDA Japan, to deliver her opening speech. To Ms. Endo Ayumi, we would like you to be on the stage.
Good morning, VIP guests and distinguished guests. I'm Endo Ayumi, Office Director, Office of Asia Training Center and International Cooperation of PMDA. On behalf of Dr. Kondo Emiko, Senior Executive Director of PMDA, I have honor of delivering opening remarks in front of you today. Here, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome for all of you participating in the ASEAN-Japan Medical Devices Regulatory Symposium. As one of the co-organizers, I am sincerely grateful to the mission of Japan to ASEAN for cooperation and to this symposium, and to the JIFE management team for financial support for this symposium and the following seminar. My sincere gratitude also goes to the co-organizers of this symposium, Ministry of Health, Republic of Indonesia, and the University of Indonesia, and the ASEAN Secretariat for kind cooperation and support. Turn to the subject. Recent digitalization and utilization of the artificial intelligence are transforming in the field of medical devices. An increasing number of software-based solutions, such as software as a medical device, SAMD, and AI-assisted technologies are being developed for provision to medical support. The International Medical Device Regulators Forum, IMDRF, plays a key role in the regulatory harmonization for these emerging medical devices. I believe ASEAN regulators also are convinced to the importance of international medical device regulatory harmonization, including these emerging technologies and in addition to the conventional medical devices. As I understand, the ASEAN Medical Device Committee, MDC, was established to implement the ASEAN Medical Device Directive, AMDD, which is aligned with the Global Harmonization Task Force, GHTF, which is today incorporated into IMDRF. In this context, I surely realize to take this opportunity at this symposium to share insights on the role of IMDRF with ASEAN regulators and industry leaders, and to explore how it can bring mutual benefits. As Japan is the chair of IMDRF this year, Japan warmly welcomed ASEAN regulators' active participation in IMDRF this September as affiliate member or invited observers. Beginning tomorrow, we will have a two-day seminar on international standards and quality management for medical devices, aimed at strengthening the capacity building. Many regulators may be already familiar with PMDA ATC. His Excellency Mr. Kia already introduced, the commemorative summit for the 15th year of ASEAN-Japan Friendship and Cooperation held in Tokyo in December 2023. A joint vision statement and its implementation plan were adopted. Under the pillar of the Partners for Co-Creation of Economy and Society of the Future, the plan includes cooperation in the health sector, including initiatives through PMDA ATC. PMDA remains committed to supporting capacity building efforts across ASEAN. To strengthen PMDA's collaboration across ASEAN, PMDA established the Asia office in Bangkok in July 2024. Dr. Kitahara, who is the head of the office, is also with us today. The PMDA Asia office serves as significant liaison and cooperation hub between ASEAN and Japan. Please feel free to reach out to him with any inquiries or asks regarding medical device regulations. Lastly, I sincerely hope that today's symposium, along with the seminar from tomorrow, will serve as a valuable place for regulators and industry leaders to share views and explore opportunities for deeper collaboration. And I wish this place contributes to the advancement of both industry and regulatory frameworks in ASEAN. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Endo Ayumi, for your insightful and motivating remarks. Now, I am pleased to introduce Professor Dr. Hamdi Muluk, Vice Rector of Universitas Indonesia for Research and Innovation, who will share his opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Hamdi Muluk.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi buat kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Oke, good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speaker, honors college and participant, and also special great for Pak Dante, Pak Wamen, Bu Dirjen. Allow me to present welcoming remarks on behalf of Universitas Indonesia. Distinguished guests, esteemed speaker, honored colleagues and participants, a very warm welcome to all of you at the ASEAN-Japan Medical Device Regulatory Symposium and Seminar 2025. It is both a pleasure and honor to stand before you today as we come together for these significant events. We are here to continue our important work of advancing medical device regulatory framework, improving patient safety and fostering innovation across the Asian region and Japan. Medical device integral to diagnosis, prevention, and the treatment of disease as technology rapidly evolve, particularly in the area of like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and software as medical devices. The regulatory landscape must adapt accordingly. This advancement presents both exciting opportunities and new challenges, and it is our shared responsibility to ensure that our regulatory system are equipped to manage this change while maintaining patient safety and access to cutting-edge healthcare solutions. This symposium and seminar provide an invaluable platform for knowledge exchange, collaboration, and sharing of the best practices. By gathering regulatory, industry professionals, and academics from across the region, we aim to strengthen the regulatory environment for medical devices, ultimately improving healthcare outcomes for our countries and enhancing the integration of our medical device market. It is with great pride that I announce Universitas Indonesia, through the Faculty of Pharmacy, is once again serving as an implementing agency for these events for the third time. We are deeply committed to our role in facilitating this essential dialogue and capacity building effort, working closely with the Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices Agency or PMDA of Japan and the Ministry of Health of Republic of Indonesia, as well as the Asian Medical Devices Committee or AMDC. We have seen how such collaborative initiative can make a real impact on the regulatory landscape of the medical device sector. We are honored to continue contributing to the success of this program and to furthering the ASEAN-Japan partnership in healthcare. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Japan-Asian Integration Fund, or JAIF, for their generous support, without which this event would not have been possible. Your commitment to advancing Asian and Japan cooperation in the healthcare and regulatory sector is invaluable, and we look forward to continued success of this important collaboration. As we move forward to this event, I encourage that all of you to take full advantage of the opportunity to engage in the meaningful discussion, share insight, and strengthen the network that will enable us to navigate the evolving world of medical device regulation. Together, we will continue to build a more integrative, innovative, and effective regulatory environment for medical devices. Thank you again for your participation, and I look forward to the fruitful and inspiring symposium and seminar. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Hamdi Muluk, for your valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite Professor Dante Suksono Harbuwono to give an opening speech and officially open the ASEAN-Japan Medical Devices Regulatory Symposium and Seminar 2025. To Professor Dante, we invite you to the floor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Greeting of virtue. Dear the Excellency, the Ambassador of Japan to ASEAN, Excellency, His Excellency Kia Masahiko-san, Dr. Kita Harajun, the head of PDMA Asian Office, Professor Hamdi Muluk, the Vice Rector of University of Indonesia, distinguished guests delegated from ASEAN member, Buriska, as the Region of Pharmaceutical and Medical Device, Ministry of Health, Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to welcome to you here on ASEAN-Japan Medical Device Regulatory Symposium here in Jakarta. I sincerely thank to the government of Japan, the Japan ASEAN Integration Fund, JAIF, the Pharmaceutical and Medical Device Agency, PMDA, and the Asian Medical Devices Committee, EMDC, and the University of Indonesia for the strong support in making this event possible. This symposium is not just a professional gathering, it reflects our shared commitment to advancing public health through collaboration and innovation. It is also a special moment as we celebrate 67 years of Indonesia-Japan diplomatic ties and 50 years of ASEAN-Japan partnerships. Personally, this event is meaningful to me. I had the privilege to study in Japan several years ago, and the experience strengthened my respect to Japan of excellence, preservation, and international cooperation. I am proud to see the spirit continue in our partnerships today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the new era of healthcare. Innovations such as AI, digital health, and home-based diagnosis are transforming the way we deliver care. This change is bringing great benefits, but they also require us to rethinking how we regulated medical technology all around the world. Unlike drug development, medical devices evolve rapidly and need flexible, responsive regulatory system to ensure they are safe and accessible. That's why this symposium and broader training program are so important today. We need stronger collaboration, share knowledge, and align regulation to keep up with innovation. These efforts support the Asian Economic Community Blueprints 2020 2025 and help us as a build a health ecosystems that protect patients, encourage industry, and strengthen global value chains. Over the next 2 years, this program will connect regulators, academy, industry across ASEAN countries. I encourage everyone to engage actively, share experience, and explore deeper cooperations. Ladies and gentlemen, let me close with a Japanese proverb. Ichi no ue ni mo sanren. Shikashi sanren o ichinen de sutaku suru doriko otake wa narainai. Even sitting on the stone for 3 years, so preserve. But let aim higher, let achieve 1 years. What my normal take 3. Together, through patience and dedication, we can build a stronger and more resilient ASEAN, ready to respond to the health challenge to tomorrow. Let us this opportunity to ensure medical innovation reach those who need them most safely, effectively, and fairly. Thank you for your presence, your patience, and your partnership. I wish you all fruitful and inspiring symposium. By the say of Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I am officially open this discussion. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimashita. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dante, for the remarks. Would you please stay in the stage, sir? So we would like to invite His Excellency Kia Masahiko, Ms. Endo Ayumi, Professor Hamdi Muluk, and Professor Aryanwar to also come to the stage. We will now proceed with the ceremonial gong striking led by Professor Dante to mark the official opening of the MDR Symposium and Seminar 2025. And also for Dr. Rizka Andalusia to come to the stage. Okay, we're going to start the gong striking in 3, 2, 1.
Please remain on stage as we want to take a group photo session. So for the first session, we invite Ms. Yamada Hiromi, Dr. Ishibashi Kenichi, Dr. Itai Yoshinori, Ms. Hagiwara Hiroko, Mr. Dede Mulyadi, Ms. Febi Yuriza Putri to come on stage for a group photo. Please make your way to the stage now. The symposium team will assist you for the photo session. to all VVIP guests to come to the stage or in front of the stage. We have 2 rows for this group photo session, so please make your way to the stage or fill up the empty rows. Our team will guide you during the photo sessions.
So for VVIPs, guests, and also all speakers to come to the stage, please. To all our VIPs, speakers, moderators, participants, and all honorable guests, as we end our second photo sessions, we kindly ask you to please take your seat backs, and we are ready for the third photo session.
We would like to proceed to this third photo session. This is for all participants, both offline and online. So please remain in your seats until the photo session is complete and for the organizing committee to lead the photo session. So right now we're in the process to taking a few photos. So please face your profile in front of the camera as you can see at the monitor.
Okay, please follow the instructions from our team who will guide you during the photo sessions in front.
In the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you all for participating in this photo session. So, I guess we have one more group photo session. In the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you all for participating in this photo session. Next, we will now take a coffee break and we invite all the VVIP's guests to join us in the VIP holding room.
During this time, we will also hold a press conference guided by our public relations team, and we kindly invite Professor Dante, Dr. Rizka Andalucia, His Excellency Kia Masahiko, Dr. Kitahara Jun, Professor Hamdi Muluk, and Professor Ari Yanwar to join our public relation team at the press conference photo booth located in the foyer of the Java Ballroom.
We also ask the media representatives to position themselves in front of the press conference area. Online participants are encouraged to stay in the Zoom room and keep their microphone and cameras off.
So the next sessions will be resumed in 20 minutes. We hope everyone can return to the Java Ballroom on time, as we will have more exciting presentations from our speakers.
Thank you for your attention, and we hope you enjoy your break.
ASEAN has continued to develop since its founding in 1967, Japan's relationship with the region has been strengthened into a strategic partnership based on long-standing friendship and comprehensive cooperation. The Fukuda Doctrine of 1977 set the foundation of Japan's engagement with the Southeast Asian countries. A heart-to-heart relationship still remains as a pillar of Japan's partnerships with ASEAN.
日本と ASEAN は半世紀にわたり心と心のつながる真の友人として地域の平和と安定繁栄のために協力してきました。アジア通貨危機、インド洋大津波、東日本大震災、新型コロナ感染拡大といった大きな危機の際には互いに手を差し伸べてきました。
ASEAN and Japan have been cooperating for ASEAN's community development and integration through a range of initiatives, programs, and funds. One such initiative is the Japan-ASEAN Integration Fund, JIF. JIF was established in 2006 to facilitate the efforts of the ASEAN member states to pursue the comprehensive integration of ASEAN and promote cooperation between Japan and ASEAN. Supported by JIF, the Genesis program fosters solidarity through large-scale youth exchange. The year 2013 marked 40 years of ASEAN-Japan friendship and cooperation, and the vision statement was adopted by the leaders of ASEAN and Japan. Since then, ASEAN-Japan relations have made significant progress through comprehensive cooperation in line with the 4 partnerships described in the vision statement. In 2020, ASEAN and Japan issued the joint statement of the 23rd ASEAN-Japan Summit on Cooperation on ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, AOIP, noting that both the AOIP and Japan's Free and Open Indo-Pacific, FOIP concept, share relevant fundamental principles in promoting peace and cooperation.
日本が推進する自由で開かれたインド太平洋と ASEAN が示した インド太平洋に関する ASEAN アウトルックは本質的な原則を共有しています。
The four priority areas outlined in the AOIP are maritime cooperation, connectivity, UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030, economic and other possible areas of cooperation. A variety of JIF projects have been designed to address maritime issues such as navigation safety and marine pollution. One example is the Joint Hydrographic Survey of the Straits of Malacca in Singapore, which aims to enhance the safety of navigation and smooth an uninterrupted passage, as well as to improve the protection of the marine environment in the straits.
Japan and JIF have made a significant contribution to the project. Getting new and accurate charts through the Joint Hydrographic Survey and the enhanced navigational safety will help protect the marine environment of storms.
JIF projects also seek to promote ASEAN integration and narrow development gaps through greater connectivity. The project Global Navigation Satellite System, GNSS Implementation Plan Training in ASEAN, JIPTA, seeks to enhance safety and security of air transport in the ASEAN region through training using the Global Navigation Satellite System.
But GNSS generally refers to a constellation of satellites which provides position, navigation, and timing information. The goals of GIPTA is to provide training for engineering staff, administrators, and government regulators on how to help them plan to implement GNSS in their respective countries. Because if had not been for Japan, GIPTA would not have been possible. This just shows the commitment of Japan and its strong ties to its ASEAN neighbors.
JIF projects that underpin the UN Sustainable Development Goals seek to realize the pledge to leave no one behind in eradicating poverty and creating a more sustainable world. Supporting the establishment of the ASEAN Center for Public Health Emergencies and Emerging Diseases, ARAC-FEED, will contribute to capacity building in the region to respond to public health emergencies, including future pandemics of infectious diseases.
The idea of having ACFED in all its current form was really pushed by the support of Japan. Japan became instrumental in realizing this idea, this dream, if you want. Japan's support provided the impetus to get the ball rolling into the realization of ACFED.
JIF also assists ASEAN member states in other essential areas of economic development. One such initiative is the ASEAN-Japan Cybersecurity Capacity Building Center, which works to enhance the capacity of cybersecurity experts and specialists for protecting their own government systems and critical information infrastructure.
Japan plays a major role in setting up the ASEAN-Japan Cybersecurity Capacity Building Center, and Japan has generously provided funding to set up this center, and also they offer courses under this center. And with all these activities, we have already created 860 cybersecurity professionals. The collaboration between Japan and ASEAN would make a contribution to the global safety starting from this region.
Through initiatives such as these, undertaken in the spirit of the heart-to-heart relationship, the government of Japan has worked closely with ASEAN for the integration, peace, and prosperity in the region.
ASEAN-Japan relations have made remarkable achievements in the past 50 years. Our partnership has been consistently broadened to cover a wide range of areas of mutually beneficial cooperation. ASEAN appreciates Japan's contribution to ASEAN new building and integration, including through programs, projects, and activities supported by the Japan-ASEAN Integration Fund, JIF. We look forward to further strengthening the partnership and cooperation, including through the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, AOIP, particularly in areas such as maritime cooperation, sustainable development, economic cooperation, and post-pandemic recovery.
日本 ASEAN 友好協力50周年の歴史的な節目に、そしてルールに基づく自由で開かれた国際秩序が重大な挑戦を受けている今こそ、共に新たなビジョンを打ち出し、新たな歩みを進めていきたいと思います。
In these eyes, I see the future. One that is shaped by the knowledge I gain, the discoveries I make, and the service I give. At Universitas Indonesia, my vision is guided by the Tridharma: to learn, to innovate, and to serve. I step through these gates not just as a student, but as a seeker of wisdom, of truth, of a place where my ideas can grow. In every lecture, every debate, I find more than just answers. I find questions that push me to think deeper, to learn more. Education here is not just about what I know, but about who I am becoming. In the quiet hum of the lab, I discovered the power of curiosity. Through research, I dive into the unknown, seeking solutions that can change the world. At Universitas Indonesia, my pursuit of knowledge is endless, and my discoveries boundless. Beyond the walls of the university, I reach out into the heart of communities, where my hands bring change and my heart connects. Here, service is not an obligation, but a calling. And through it, I learn the true meaning of impact. In this journey, I find that education, research, and service are not separate paths, but intertwined, each one strengthening the other. I rise through these pillars, becoming more than I ever thought possible. Universitas Indonesia, I rise not just for myself, but for the world. My journey has just begun, and the impact I seek is already taking shape. Will you rise with me?
Becoming a pharmacist is my destiny. Being there for people is a must in this job. But it is not that simple. It all started from Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Indonesia, the place where I learned. everything that I learned at the Faculty of Pharmacy Universitas Indonesia keep inspiring me to be forever dedicated.
As ASEAN has continued to develop since its founding in 1967, Japan's relationship with the region has been strengthened into a strategic partnership based on long-standing friendship and comprehensive cooperation. The Fukuda Doctrine of 1977 set the foundation of Japan's engagement with the Southeast Asian countries. a heart-to-heart relationship still remains as a pillar of Japan's partnerships with ASEAN.
日本と ASEAN は半世紀にわたり心と心のつながる真の友人として地域の平和と安定繁栄のために協力してきました。アジア通貨危機、インド洋大津波、東日本大震災、新型コロナ感染拡大といった大きな危機の際には互いに手を差し伸べてきました。
ASEAN and Japan have been cooperating for ASEAN's community development and integration through a range of initiatives, programs, and funds. One such initiative is the Japan-ASEAN Integration Fund, JIF. JIF was established in 2006 to facilitate the efforts of the ASEAN member states to pursue the comprehensive integration of ASEAN and promote cooperation between Japan and ASEAN. Supported by JIF, the Genesis program fosters solidarity through large-scale youth exchange. The year 2013 marked 40 years of ASEAN-Japan friendship and cooperation, and the vision statement was adopted by the leaders of ASEAN and Japan. Since then, ASEAN-Japan relations have made significant progress through comprehensive cooperation in line with the 4 partnerships described in the vision statement. In 2020, ASEAN and Japan issued the joint statement of the 23rd ASEAN-Japan Summit on Cooperation on ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, AOIP, noting that both the AOIP and Japan's Free and Open Indo-Pacific, FOIP concept, share relevant fundamental principles in promoting peace and cooperation.
日本が推進する自由で開かれたインド太平洋と ASEAN が示したインド太平洋に関する ASEAN アウトルックは本質的な原則を共有しています。
The 4 priority areas outlined in the AOIP are maritime cooperation, connectivity, UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030, economic and other possible areas of cooperation. A variety of JIF projects have been designed to address maritime issues such as navigation safety and marine pollution. One example is the Joint Hydrographic Survey of the Straits of Malacca in Singapore, which aims to enhance the safety of navigation and smooth and uninterrupted passage, as well as to improve the protection of the marine environment in the straits.
Japan and JIF have made a significant contribution to the project. Getting new and accurate charts through the Joint Hydrographic Survey and the enhanced navigational safety will help protect the marine environment of storms.
JIF projects also seek to promote ASEAN integration and narrow development gaps through greater connectivity. The project Global Navigation Satellite System, GNSS Implementation Plan Training in ASEAN, JIPTA, seeks to enhance safety and security of air transport in the ASEAN region through training using the Global Navigation Satellite System.
The GNSS generally refers to a constellation of satellites which provides position, navigation, and timing information. The goals of GIPTA is to provide training for engineering staff, administrators, and government regulators on how to help them plan to implement GNSS in their respective countries. Because if had not been for Japan, GIPTA would not have been possible. This just shows the commitment of Japan and its strong ties to its ASEAN neighbors.
JIF projects that underpin the UN Sustainable Development Goals seek to realize the pledge to leave no one behind in eradicating poverty and creating a more sustainable.
Participants to stay muted during the event and turn on the camera.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to remind you again that the event is about to start. We encourage all in-person participants to have a seat. Thank you. I repeat, the event is about to start. For the all guests that still resided in the foyer of Java Ballroom, we encourage you to please have a seat in the Java Ballroom.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we remind you, participants that still reside outside of the Java Ballroom, to come inside as we're going to start in shortly.
Cek, sound cek. Cek, 1. Cek, diangkat sedikit. Cek, sound cek, 1, 2, 3. Cek, sound. Siap. Cek 1, 2, 3, cek sound, cek. Cek sound, cek 1, 2, 3. Cek, udah, oke.
And gentlemen, I hope you enjoy your coffee break. Now, let's begin our first session on the topic of overview of global trends in medical devices regulations. This session will be led by Ms. Endo Ayumi, the Office Director of the Asia Training Center and International Cooperation, PMDA, Japan.
The first sessions will consist of 2 lectures followed by a Q&A section. We encourage everyone to participate and engage in the discussions. For our online participants, please use the raise hand button to ask questions. Alternatively, for in-person and online participants, we have provided a Q&A link accessible through the barcode on each participant's name badge. You can submit your questions anytime through the link. Without further ado, please join me in warmly welcoming our session chair, Ms. Endo Ayumi.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, now I start the first session. The session title is Overview of Global Trend on Medical Device Regulation. And then for this session, we invite 2 speakers from PMDA. The first speaker presents importance of international harmonization. And the second speaker presents regulatory reliance as a recent global trend. After the presentations, we have a Q&A session for further discussion. So, firstly, I invite Ms. Hiromi Yamada, Principal Reviewer, Office of In Vitro Diagnostics of PMDA, will give presentation. So, okay, then her presentation title is International Harmonization of Medical Device Regulations. And now we prepare a slide. Please share slides on the screen.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hiromi Yamada from Office of IBD, PMDA, Japan. Today, I'd like to give you an overview of international harmonization of medical device regulation in PMDA, and also the current status of IMDLF. This presentation is structured as follows. In the first part, I'd like to give you an overview of our organization. Next, I'll focus on the harmonization of international regulations. Lastly, I'm going to talk about PMDA activities for outreach, so let's get started. First, I will introduce our organization. We, PMDA, closely work with Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare, MHLW. MHLW and PMDA are regulatory authorities in pharmaceutical and medical device affairs in Japan. MHLW has a responsibility for political and legislative matters. MHLW performs duties such as approval of medical products, publishing guidelines, organizing advisory committees, and supervision of PMDA activities. On the other hand, the main responsibility of PMDA are practical and scientific work. PMDA performs scientific review for drug, medical devices, and regenerative medical products, GCP, GMP, QMS inspections, and scientific advice for clinical trials. This is a part of our organization chart. These are official related to medical device regulation, and we call them the medical device unit. The review of medical device is carried out by offices of medical device 1, 2, SAMD, and IVDs. The Office of Compliance and Manufacturing Quality for Medical Devices is in charge of quality control and medical devices, conducts QMS audits and supervision of all audit organization. The Office of Vigilance and Standards for Medical Devices is in charge of the post-marketing safety measures and standards. Now I want to describe harmonization of international regulations. In the past decades, we had remarkable development of medical devices and the markets are globalized more. However, from applicants' view, the requirements, definitions, categorization of medical devices were different in each country. Those are hurdles for smooth market approval of products. Also, from regulator view, it is difficult to handle every single problem by single country's authority due to a shortage of resources. What's more, international standards such as ISO and medical device evaluation are more sophisticated. From these circumstances, harmonization of international regulation is promoted. This harmonization includes creating a common standards among multiple countries and collaboration based on reliability between two countries. So from here, let's take a look at the history of global regulatory harmonization for medical devices. Initially, the Global Harmonization Task Force, or GHGF, played a role in marketing a multilateral collaborative effort among regulators and industry from Japan, the USA, the EU, Canada, and Australia for harmonized medical device regulations. It was established in 1992. These are some achievements of GHGF: the issuance of guidance documents, the organization of trainings, and steering committee meetings. In 2012, the 20th year of GHGF's inception, the International Medical Device Regulator Forum, or IMDRF, was established to take over the activities of the GHGF by expanding the number of member countries and targeting conference participants to regulatory authority. IMDLF is a voluntary group of medical device regulators from around the world who have come together to build the foundational work of GHGF, and it aims to accelerate international medical device regulatory harmonization and convergence. The members of IMDRF Management Committee are Australia, Canada, the EU, Japan, the USA, Brazil, China, Russia, Singapore, South Korea, the UK, and Switzerland. Also, the WHO, Argentina, and Saudi Arabia join as an official observer. And APEC, Global Harmonization Working Party, Pan-American Health Organization, and African Medical Device Forum join as regional harmonization initiatives. In order to broaden the IMDLF doors, new category of membership was created in 2022. They are the affiliate members, and also as of now, the 25 regulatory authorities joined to IMDLF as affiliate members. IMDLF affiliate membership is pretty open to any regulatory authorities, even though they are in the process of implementation of IMDLF guidance document. Here is a mapping of the IMDLF participating countries. As you can see, there are few participation from the Southeast Asia region. So we encourage and welcome your participation, especially from this good area. This chart shows the structure of IMDLF. The IMDLF Management Committee provides guidance on strategies, policies, directions, membership, and activities of the forum. Furthermore, the Management Committee oversees working groups which consider specialized and technical matters, and 8 working groups are currently in operation. Here are the working groups that are currently active: adverse event terminology, artificial intelligence, clinical evidence for IVD medical devices, regulated product submission, good regulatory review practices, personalized medical devices, quality management systems, and software as a medical device. In 2025, Japan holds chair and secretariat of the IMDLF. The role of chair and secretariat include leading activities of IMDLF, such as holding face-to-face MC meetings twice a year, providing various types of information, coordinating MC meetings, and managing communication tools such as documents and websites. In addition, 2025 is an important year to create a strategic plan which shows IMDLF direction of next 5 years. We would like to fulfill our responsibility for further international harmonization. We are not only working for IMDLF, but also the other frameworks. This map shows our multilateral cooperation effort. We are founding member of GHEF or RCH. PMDA serves as chair or vice chair of several frameworks and leads their discussions. This figure shows countries or regions with which Japan has bilateral arrangements such as confidentiality arrangements or cooperative arrangements. It only shows countries or regions where some bilateral cooperation already exists, but we also actively having discussions with regulators, not shown here, to promote harmonization. This table shows example of countries which recognize Japan as a reference country. That means they see a review or QMS result in their reliance or recognition framework. We believe this is a reflection of high reliability of Japan's medical device regulations. So we will continue to support them to ensure the reliability and transparency of our regulations. The last topic is PMDA activities for outreach. PMDA also focuses on the outreach activities of medical devices to establish the global de facto standards and attracting excellencies in Europe and the US, and to support smooth expansion of Japanese companies into Asia. For example, we visit various academic conferences where seeds and startups gather. And we introduce Japanese regulations and also offer individual consultations. And this is the last slide. And PMDA is also promoting the establishment of overseas offices. We established an Asian office in Bangkok, Thailand in July last year. The Asia office will provide several services, including the development of regulatory cooperation platforms with Asian regulatory authorities, direct information exchange on pharmaceutical regulation and various consultations, and other related services with local companies or organizations expanding the Asian region. We also established the U.S. office in Washington, D.C. in November last year. We believe that international harmonization activities are essential in medical device regulation. Therefore, we focus on both international, multilateral, and bilateral activities, and also outreach activities to disseminate and obtain the latest information. This is all for my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Yamada. Okay, then next speaker, we invite Dr. Ishibashi Keiichi. Maybe Dr. Ishibashi can come to the stage. Next title is a regulatory relevance in the field of medical devices. So, Dr. Ishibashi, floor is yours.
Keep on.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kenichi Shibashi. I'm the senior scientist at PMDA. Today, I would like to talk regulatory reliance in the field of medical devices. So thank you for your participation to this session. This is the agenda today. First, I will discuss regulatory reliance as an introduction and movement to promote it, followed by a few examples of how regulatory reliance has been implemented in Japan. This is a definition of regulatory reliance. According to WHO, regulatory reliance is defined as the act whereby the regulatory authority in one jurisdiction takes into account and gives significant weight to assessments performed by another authority or trusted institution in reaching its own decisions. For example, in the context of pre-market approval, one common approach is to refer to the assessment results from another authority in order to streamline its own pre-market review process. I think this definition is very famous, and maybe you're familiar with it. So regulatory reliance is thought to be beneficial for promoting a more efficient approach to regulatory oversight, since authority can save some resources through the activity. In addition, as a feature of reliance, the relying authority remains independent, responsible, and accountable regarding its decision-making. What I have explained here has been frequently discussed in the field of pharmaceuticals. However, in recent years, regulatory reliance has also been attracting attention in the field of medical device regulations. For example, the IMDLF session held in Washington, D.C. in 2024 focused on regulatory reliance. This IMDLF session in Washington was very well received, and many countries expressed their support for their implementation of reliance-based regulatory approaches. This is a quote from the white paper on the session. The paper states, as future activities of the IMDLF, it could publish a reliance playbook with information on how to implement reliance. And it could identify which regulators within IMDLF have implemented reliance practices. And also, it could provide training to support adoption of IMDLF technical documents and the challenges of regulatory requirements. By following this paper, the IMDLF has implemented some promotional activities of regulatory reliance. For example, the IMDLF has been working on the development of guidance on reliance since 2024, and a draft of this guidance has now been published. The title is Playbook for Medical Device Regulatory Reliance Programs, and it is currently open for public comment until the end of May. So please feel free to refer to it if you are interested in. So this is a movement of the medical device in the field of medical devices. But now I would like to introduce some examples of reliance, focusing on cases from Japan. Japan utilizes regulatory reliance in many aspects of the regulatory processes throughout the medical device product life cycle. To begin with, I will present some examples related to pre-market activities. There are various examples of pre-market reliance, and Japan has partially adopted third-party certification for pre-market approval. I would like to explain it here. This slide shows the regulatory pathways for medical devices in Japan. The regulatory pathways for medical devices in Japan are determined based on their classification. They are categorized into three types: pre-market notification, pre-market certification, and pre-market approval. Among these, pre-market certification is the pathway that involves the use of third-party certification bodies. Pre-market certification applies to most of Class 2 and a few Class 3 medical devices. The applicant must apply for the certification with a third-party certification body recognized by the ministry. The certification body will review the effectiveness and safety of the medical device applied. And if the outcome is okay for the third party will issue certification to it, and a manufacturer can market the medical devices. Here is a list of third-party certification body. Currently, 10 certification bodies have been designated, and about half of them are foreign affiliated organizations that many of you may be familiar with. To ensure quality of the reviews and inspections conducted by third-party certification bodies, Japan employs various evaluation methods. For example, we conduct document-based assessment, and we conduct on-site assessment. In addition to them, we also conduct witness audit. These activities carried out by the team of PMDA. I think right now 8 staffs are responsible for the activities. Approximately 44.9% of the pre-market approval for Class 2 and above medical devices are conducted by third parties. This allows regulatory authorities, including the PMDA, to allocate our regulatory resources to higher risk medical devices. Therefore, the reliance activity in this field has become very indispensable for us. Next, I'd like to move on to reliance in the field of inspection. The WHO guidance cites MDSAP as a framework for reliance in the area of inspections. Japan, as a founding member of MDSAP, has been deeply involved in the establishment of the program and is effectively utilizing its outcomes for regulatory purposes. This is the overview of the MDSAP. In this program, inspection of manufacturers are conducted by third-party organizations known as auditing organizations. This is a key difference from pharmaceutical PICS, PICS, in the pharmaceutical sector. As a regulatory authority, we oversee these third-party auditing organizations and make regulatory use of the results of their inspections. This shows the QMS inspection flow in Japan. Currently, approximately 7,000 manufacturing sites are registered as domestic or foreign registered manufacturing sites. So it is not feasible to conduct on-site inspection to all of these facilities. So inspections are conducted either on-site or through a document-based review. In particular, when MDSAP audit reports are available, on-site inspection may be waived. This slide shows how well MDSAP is used. Currently, 45% of the one using MDSAP, currently 45% application is the one using MDSAP. So we are heavily relied on MDSAP. Lastly, I will explain an example of reliance in the field of post-market vigilance activities. This is a quote from WHO guidance again, and one example of reliance in the post-market field is NCAR, National Competent Authority Report Exchange Program. NCAR is a program established in 2009 and under the GHTF to facilitate the exchange of post-market safety information on medical devices. The information exchange includes the exchange criteria is events leading to or highly likely to lead to unanticipated public health threat, observation from national trend analysis. Lastly, requester or share its information. Currently, only IMDRF Management Committee members participate in the program, and Japan serves as the secretariat of NCAR. This concludes the case studies from Japan. I hope this has been helpful as you consider the introduction of regulatory reliance in your country regulatory systems. So here is the summary of today's discussion. Regulatory reliance is a concept aiming for the efficient use of regulatory resources. In the regulation of medical devices, reliance can offer several benefits. The IMDRF is actively promoting reliance through initiatives such as the publication of Reliance Playbook. The concept of reliance can be applied throughout the entire product life cycle of medical devices. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
So thank you, Dr. Ishibashi, for informative presentation. Okay, so from now, we'd like to move on Q&A session. In Q&A time, we have an English-Japanese interpreter joining online. And if necessary, the interpreter will do consecutive interpretation for Q&A. Okay, and now, lunchtime is coming, so we are going to have maybe 10 to 15 minutes for Q&A. Okay. So we'd like to take questions from the floor and also by the online. If you have questions, please put your question to the online. You can have access from the QR code in your name card. Then you can access to the web form for Q&A. Okay, and during that, I would like to start with a question from me. The first question to Ms. Yamada is what is the benefit for the regulators or industry to participate IMDRF? And when participating IMDRF, is there any duty or obligation?
はい、それでは最初の質問をさせていただきたいと思います。私から山田様への質問となります。この
通訳さんすいません。
はい、
この件については通訳なしで大丈夫です。
はい、承知いたしました。
Thank you for your question. For regulators, joining IMDF helps promote international harmonization and strengthen their own systems. It also offers a chance to share information with other countries and take part in shaping global rules. For industry, it makes global market access easier, reduce the time and effort of applying in multiple countries, and improves predictability in regulations, making it easier to plan business activities. If a country joins the IMDRF, it is expected to take part in working groups, help develop guidance documents, and coordinating with other members. And it may also need to update its own regulatory system to match international standards more closely. Additionally, countries with sufficient capacity are encouraged to help promote IMDRF guidance and support training in neighbor regions.
Okay, thank you for your answer. So now we have some questions from the floor. So we'd like to take one question. Now we share the question on the screen. Not yet. The question is, thank you for your presentation. In reliance to consider the significant weight of other regulators' assessment, what factor should be considered? So Dr. Ishibashi, please answer this question.
So reliance is, I think, based on the trust. And in order to trust other authorities' outcome of their review, I think harmonization is critical factor. So I would like to encourage other regulators to align with the global practices. And then if the foundation of each other's regulation is mutual and harmonized, then we can trust. So that is my answer. So harmonization is very important when thinking of reliance, performance of reliance.
Thank you, Dr. Ishibashi. And maybe we have other question. So next question. How can ASEAN member states participate in the IMDR working group? And what are the products or output of each working group? Please answer. Dr. Ishibashi will answer the question. Okay.
So the initial step is, of course, the ASEAN member countries should become a member of the IMDLF. So we are now encouraging many countries, especially for the countries from Asia, to participate in IMDLF. We have now, right now, actually today, we opened our member site, application site, that can, each member can access directly to the IMDF website, and the country can apply their membership application through the website. So initial step is apply for the membership. And if you are recognized as a member of the IMDLF, working group are open for their members to participate in their meetings. But one note from that is that some working groups are not open, but other working groups are open. So there are two kinds of working groups. So if the working group is open, you can participate in the activities of the working groups as a member of the IMDLF. So that is one answer. And the last question is, what are the products or outputs of each working groups? So when working group is launched, before the working group launch, the working group submits the IMDF MC for to clarify, document to clarify the purpose of the launch of working group. And actually, the purpose of the working group differs, but generally, in general, the purpose of working group is to develop guidance for the harmonization of medical device regulations. So typically, the outcome of working group is the guidance, IMDLF guidance. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So let me check another question. Okay, now we take this question. For medical device manufacturers from Japan, are there any initiatives to ensure original documents in Japanese are reliably translated into English or local languages for registration in ASEAN?
We actually have budget for the translation of our regulations, and we are continuously making an effort to translate our regulations. And the primary, for example, our primary legislation, Pharmaceutical PMD Act, is translated in the official website, and in addition, PMDA has published some English version of the notification from Japan. So that is their current effort. To be honest, we are not able to translate all of our notifications, but if you have some questions to our regulations, you're fully free to contact directly to us, so we can provide some information.
Okay, and then I'm not sure what is the original document is meaning in this question, but maybe it also includes the application documents for in this question, I think. So now Dr. Ishibashi is explain about the notifications or regulations of the Japanese guideline, but maybe this question also mentioned for the application documents for the registration or application.
So
then I think it is for the it should be provided by the manufacturer or applicant to translate the original Japanese document to the local language when they submit to the ASEAN member states.
Yes. To add, we have published some review report from PMDA in English. It's only for the new medical devices, but we have a plan to expand the scope of our publications. So I think some country can refer to our English version of review report.
We can take only one more question. So what about? Okay, last question is about IMDRF. How can we stay updated on IMDRF reliance efforts and new initiatives?
For the update of IMDRF reliance efforts, such as documentation, you can see the IMDRF website, and the latest one is updated there, so please refer the web page.
In addition to that, the IMDRF open session, which is held twice per year, is open for public. So you can register to participate the open session of the IMDRF, and you can access it. The web remote participation is also okay for anyone who have interest in IMDRF, so please feel free. In case of Japan, the chair country, in September we will have IMDRF open session, and the registration will start in June, mid-June. So if you are interested in, you can register through their website, and then you can participate in the IMDRF session.
Okay, thank you. So that's all for this session. So in this session, the first speaker shared us about the activity of the international activity of PMDA, especially IMDRF. And also Dr. Ishibashi shared about the recent global trend of reliance. And they also provided some cases that PMDA already implemented as a reliance activity. So now we are aware of the importance of the international harmonization in the field of the regulatory medical devices. The medical devices, and also we also aware of the importance of the use of the reliance. So we maybe can collaborate in ASEAN to utilize the reliance concept of the reliance in the medical device regulation further. So that's all for this session, and thank you for your participation, and thank you for the Ms. Yamada and Dr. Ishibashi for your presentation. Please give warm applause to them. Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, we will now proceed to the next item on our agenda. And I think it's one of the most anticipated part of the day. which is the lunch break. So for the VVIP guests, we kindly invite you to join for the lunch in the Surabaya room in the first floor. And for the VIPs, you can have your lunch in Denpasar room in the ground floor.
And for the general and media participants, we kindly invite you to proceed to the left as you exit the Java room for your lunch, where a selection of meals has been prepared for your enjoyment. And for our online participants, we encourage you to take a break and have lunch at your own convenience.
Additionally, we would like to remind you that the Medical Devices Exhibition 2025 is also taking place in the foyer of the Java Ballroom near the registration area. We encourage you to take this opportunity to explore the innovative Indonesian medical devices on the display while you enjoy your break.
We kindly ask that you return to Java Ballroom at 1 p.m. I repeat, at 1 p.m. We still have some exciting topics and speaker lined up, and we do not want you to miss out any of them.
Thank you for your attention, and we wish you a pleasant meal and enriching experience at the exhibitions.
Ladies and gentlemen, the event is about to start now.
We kindly ask that you refrain from any noisy or disruptive behavior during the sessions to ensure that everyone can hear the speakers and participate in the discussions.
We appreciate your cooperation and we hope you enjoyed the rest of the sessions.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the MDR Symposium 2025. We hope you had a pleasant lunch break and are ready to continue our sessions. For our online participants, we hope that you had a chance to take a break and have some lunch at your convenience.
So we will proceed to our next session, which will discuss recent developments and the current status of software as a medical devices, or SaMD. This second session consists of 2 lectures followed by a question and answer segment. The lectures and the Q&A session will be moderated by, again, Ms. Endo Ayumi, Office Director of the Asia Training Center and International Cooperation, PMDA, Japan.
After these 2 lectures, we will continue with Q&A sessions. We encourage all participants to engage in this session. And for our online participants, I would like to remind you that you can use the raise hand button to ask questions. And additionally, we have provided a Q&A link available via the barcode on your badge, allowing you to submit the questions anytime. Without further ado, please help us welcome our moderator of this session, Ms. Endo Ayumi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to this room. I hope you spend a nice lunchtime. The afternoon session is recent topics, current status of SaMD. An increasing number of software-based solutions such as SaMD and AI-assisted technologies are being developed. So today, to explore the digital technology, here we invite 2 speakers from Japanese industry to introduce development of innovative products. After the presentations, we have Q&A time. So firstly, Dr. Yoshinori Itai, Manager, the Medical Business Division, IT Solution Division, Fujifilm Corporation, will give us the presentation. So please, Dr. Itai, please come to the stage. Okay. Now, the presentation slide is on screen. The title of this presentation is Recent Innovation and Development of CADE and /CADDX Medical Devices in Japan. Dr. Itai, please.
Thank you for kind introduction. My name is Yoshinori Itai from Fujifilm. Hello, everyone. Today, it's an honor to be able to make a presentation at this wonderful event. Today, I will be presenting on this title, and during this presentation, I want to introduce the AIs in Japan. First of all, I'd like to explain the regulatory status of medical devices in Japan. Here, we have an overview of the approval status for medical device program using AI. This information is accessible on the regulatory authority's official website. As you can see, many medical device programs utilizing AI have been approved in Japan. The red shows the AI medical devices that our company got approval. Before introducing AI medical devices, I'd like to provide an overview of medical business history in our company. Our company originally started as a photography film manufacturer, but we began developing X-ray film at the early stage. After that, we started development of endoscope and digital X-ray diagnostic imaging system, and we launched the PACS, Picture Archiving and Communication System, in 1998. It became a best product of our medical business. Since the late 2010s, we have further expanded our medical business by entering the areas such as the ultrasound technology, pharmaceuticals, endoscope accessories, and AI. In 2021, we acquired an imaging-related diagnosis business, and we incorporated it as a part of the corporate group. Additionally, we have officially entered the field of digital pathology. This slide shows the history of our medical IT and AI devices. Since the introduction of deep learning in the 2010s, we believe many companies have advanced their integration of AI technologies into their medical devices. In our company, we have worked to integrate AI technologies into various medical devices as well. And we launched our AI technologies brand in 2018. Since then, we have been incorporated AI technologies across many areas such as PECS, X-ray, endoscope, and CT MRI. In addition, we also have been working on maximizing the resources for AI development and expanding clinical applications such as health screening center with AI. Next, I'd like to explain AI technologies, our approach to development AI. Our company advances the AI technology development by categorizing into 4 approaches. The first is step 0, which includes noise reduction, image resolution enhancement, auto posing to improve the image quality and to optimize scanning efficiency. Next is step 1. This step supports the anatomical understanding by recognizing the organs and tissues from the medical image. Step 2 is computer-aided diagnosis, CAD. In this step, anatomical lesions are detected from the identified organs and tissues, and it also supports quantification. Finally, these steps can be contributed to efficient workflows. This is step 3. For example, the information obtained through identification, detection, and quantification can be customized and converted to fit radiological workflows and to bring radiological report. At the same time, we are collecting the training data set necessary for these technologies and further performance improvement. From here, please let me explain some example of AI devices. And first one is the lung nodule detection in CT. This functionality detects the area suspected of lung nodules on CT images, and it displays them on the viewer like this. Lung nodules have various characteristics such as the differences in density and shape, and this functionality have been developed to cover a wide range of such findings. Additionally, the detected results can be displayed on PACS viewer. It allows users to perform measurements directly, which contribute to improving workflow efficiency. As a feature relating to the lung nodule detection, we'd like to introduce abnormal finding generation for report. For the detected lung nodules, an analysis is performed to check the presence or absence of various image characteristics like the solid, cavitation, irregular, etc. Additionally, segmentation of lung lobes and lung segments is performed at the same time. It can bring information about which segments the nodule is located in. By combining these results, the candidates of finding sentence are generated, and these are presented to users to assist in report creation. For example, in this case, the following finding sentence candidate is automatically generated. In the right lower lobe, segment 6 and segment 10, a 2.85 centimeter irregular solid nodule is observed. It shows lobulation with no cavitation and air bronchogram. This is a good example. Next, I'd like to introduce another AI program designed for CT images. It detects and displays a rib fracture in CT. As shown here, the program marks the location of rib fractures. It helps to prevent oversight. In addition, by integrating with viewer, users can also use workflow support functionality for the detection results. By putting on numbers obtained through segmentation, the program assists in the creation of a report for fracture locations. Furthermore, integration with volume rendering allows the user to confirm the fracture locations in the 3D view. From here, I'd like to explain the example of AI for the endoscope image. In November 2020, we launched diagnosis support system for endoscope image using AI technology in Japan. The first one is a detection assistant function that assists in the real-time detection of colorectal cancer. The second one is a characterization assistance that assists to characterize the tumor and non-tumor colorectal polyps. First, please let me explain the detection assistant. The detection assistant mode is compatible with white light and LCI. When it detects the area that may indicate a collector polyp, it notifies with sound and highlights the region with the detection box. It works with the 60 frames per sec, and it provides real-time detection assistance. Next, I'd like to introduce the characterization assistance. The characterization assistant mode estimates the possibility of neoplastic and non-neoplastic for collector polyps, and displays the result. Neoplastic polyps include adenoma and cancers, while non-neoplastic polyps include hyperplastic polyps and SSL. In this system, you don't need any specific operation, for example, zoom operation, and then this mode can work in real time during the general workflow. The observation mode is compatible with BLI, and it is also compatible with white light imaging. And this virtual circle displays on the peripheral of endoscope image with green color for hyperplastic and yellow color for neoplastic based on the estimation results. Additionally, the system displays the position of area estimated to be neoplastic and non-neoplastic on the position map at the bottom right of endoscope image. Here is a video demonstrating the detection assistant function. Please take a look. The first case is a video where the function is used to LCI. When the function is turned on, the detection box keeps track the region on the endoscope image like this. The next is other case. You can also see that the system keeps to track the region like this. The third case is video, where the function is used to white light imaging. You can see that the detection box keeps track the region like this. And then this is the last case, and the function works as well, like this. Here is a video demonstrating the characterization function. Please take a look. This is case 1, and characterization results are displayed on the position map, like this. This is multiple cases, multiple lesions cases. Even when there are multiple lesions on the endoscope image, the position maps can show the estimation results like this. You can see 2 maps. And then this is the third cases. You can see that the system can identify the lesions whenever they are far away or close by, like this. This is the last case, but you can clearly see that the position map accurately reflects the location of the corresponding lesion, like this. And then, I'd like to say that the medical devices with AI can also be upgraded. For example, the diagnosis support system of endoscope image has received approval of version 2.0, which increased the number of the training datasets. Left is version 1.0, and the right is the version 2.0. This is just an example, but you can see the false positive to the stool has been improved like this. Next, I'd like to explain an example of AI technology in medical devices for the upper gastrointestinal tract, stomach or something. We have developed the assistant system for endoscope image for the upper gastrointestinal tract using AI. It has 2 functionality. The first one is detection assistant function. Similar to lower gastrointestinal tract, the functionality detects the suspected esophageal cancers and the suspected gastric neoplastic lesions. When it detects the area, it notifies with sounds and highlights the lesion with a rectangular detection box. For suspected esophageal cancers, LCI and BLI was supported, while for suspected gastric neoplastic lesions, the white light and LCI are supported. The second functionality is a landmark for checker, which supports observation. This functionality automatically determines whether a still image of landmark have been appropriately captured, and it displays the result. Before landmark detection, the 7 landmarks are shown in gray. Based on the automatic determination results, they light up green. Here is a demonstration video. For the assistance system of endoscope image for the upper gastrointestinal tract using AI, when the function is turned on, the detection box keeps tracks the lesion like this. Yes, this is a good example of this AI functionality. And then by turning on the landmark for checker, gastric schema is displayed in the bottom right corner of endoscope image, like this. And then the next part is the AI technology for chest X-ray images. We have developed a chest X-ray abnormal detection program using AI. This program automatically analyzes chest X-ray images, and it detects and marks the region suspected of lung nodules and mass, consolidation, and pneumothorax. The users review and confirm this marked area, and the system helps to prevent oversights in diagnosis. The processing is worked in advance, and the user can see the result without any additional time. This AI for chest X-ray image has a heat map functionality, which analyzes the candidate regions and displays confidence level as color-coded mapping, ranging from 0% to 100%. Higher confidence level are displayed in red, while lower confidence level are shown in blue. The maximum confidence level value within the image is displayed on screen as a score. This is the last part. I'd like to introduce an AI development tool. We provide a service that allows users to execute the entire process of AI-based development without specialized knowledge, such as programming skills. There are 3 major challenges in the development of image diagnostic AI. The first one is the need for advanced technical expertise, such as programming skill. The second one is the high burden of setting up a development environment, such as high-performance servers, GPU, etc. The last one is the heavy workload on physicians for annotation and project management. Our system is an all-in-one platform that supports image diagnosis AI development. Through this service, we'd like to overcome the 3 main challenges. Finally, I'd like to explain the current status of regulatory compliance for AI from the perspective of the companies. At present, I believe many manufacturers are working on regulatory compliance for their home countries' regions at first, and also considering the regulatory approval in other countries. Our company is also considering the compliance with international regulations such as MDR, FDA, etc. The biggest challenges are performance validation, safety testing, and cybersecurity measures. These requirements are different from each country and regions, and it may be taking much time to achieve regulatory compliance. For example, please let me explain the performance testing protocol. For each region, the process begins with drafting the test protocol and consulting with the regulatory authorities. Once the protocol is finalized, the evaluation dataset is determined. However, in some cases, the use of domestic data required for the test dataset. In such situation, some agreement must be established with academic institutions or vendors in the target region to utilize the region-specific dataset, which result in additional time. For the reader tests by physicians, I can say same thing. As you can see, the global development of medical devices using AI is a big challenge. However, we believe that standardizing the rules could reduce the time required to obtain regulatory approval. As a result, the adoption of medical AI devices would accelerate, and it enables the latest medical technologies to be used more in clinical practice. That's all of my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Itai, for the very interesting presentation. Then, next speaker is Ms. Hiroko Hasegawa, Operating Officer, General Manager of Clinical Development and Regulatory Affairs Division, Nihon Koden. Then the presentation title is The Future of Clinical Practice, Leveraging HMI Data from Medical Devices. Then please start.
Hello everyone from Asian countries. My name is Hiroko Hagiwara from Nihon Koden. I appreciate to have the opportunity today to present our device and to demonstrate how the HMI data from our device is designed to enhance medical quality and advance clinical workflows. Let me briefly introduce myself. I have experience for medical device development, including CO2 sensors, pulse oximetry, and patient monitoring systems. Currently, my role involves regulatory and clinical aspects. This involved creating regulatory strategies, handling projects for global submissions, conducting clinical trials, and managing post-market regulatory activities. My presentation today will focus on two projects: the Rescue, a patient monitor for neonatal resuscitation, and the Assistiva, a software medical device for controlling syringe pumps during anesthesia. Regarding these projects, I will outline the development process of new medical devices and introduce how working with regulatory affairs and clinical researchers led to successful regulatory approval. Here is the overview of Nihon Koden. Nihon Koden is dedicated to advancing medical technology since the founding in 1951. With operations in over 120 countries, from diagnostic to therapeutic devices, demonstrates the company's innovation and adaptability in the medical field. I would like to share this powerful quote from Dr. Yoshio Ogino, the founder of Nihon Koden. If we develop an excellent medical device, we can save a countless number of patients. This quote strongly tells us the life-saving potential of well-developed medical devices. This sentiment aligns with our mission at Nihon Koden, where we believe the possibility and the power of technology in transforming the healthcare. This timeline shows the evolution of medical device technology at Nihon Koden, highlighting significant milestones from the 1950s to present. We began manufacturing the first EEG, EMG, and ECG systems in the 1950s, followed by patient monitors and defibrillators in the 1960s. Significant growth occurred in the 1990s when we started to develop AEDs for laypersons. Since then, Nihon Koden has been actively promoting the use and education of the AEDs. In 2010, we expanded our business to ventilators. One of the products we are proud of is the pulse oximeter, invented by Dr. Aoyagi of Nihon Koden. Pulse oximeter was originally used for safe anesthesia management. Now, the pulse oximeter became more familiar and widely adopted during the COVID-19 pandemic. As the device becomes more and more popular, we recognize the importance of innovation in medical device and how it can lead to significant improvement in patient outcomes, not only inside hospitals, but in the home care setting as well. I mean, in the daily life. Here, we outline the key regulatory milestones achieved by Nihon Koden, demonstrating our commitment to quality and compliance. After the MD sub-certificate in 2018, the latest achievement is the MDR and IVDR certificate, reflects our dedication to maintaining the latest requirement in medical device manufacturing. This slide shows the various settings, the diverse applications of Nihon Koden's medical device across various healthcare settings. From wards to operating rooms, each device plays a crucial role in improving patient care and safety. So strengths in Nihon Koden is we can have access to clinical data from the ward, operating rooms, and emergency setting. Nihon Koden remains focused on advancing the human-machine interface to support clinical practice. The device features in this slide integrate unique technologies developed through detailed observation and close collaboration with healthcare providers. A gentle pulse oximetry for extremely small newborns, a very lightweight and small mainstream capnography, wireless EEG system for mobile use and also for the long-term EEG monitoring. Next, I will present two medical devices, BreathQ and Assistiva. Both leverage human-machine interface data, that means HMI data, to optimize clinical workflows and elevate the quality of care. Now, let's start with the development story of BreathQ. What was the challenge behind this patient monitor, and how did we turn the concept into the real clinical practice? The concept of BreathQ aligned with the UNICEF's Sustainable Development Goal 3. The critical challenges in neonatal resuscitations involve eliminating preventable deaths among newborns and children under 5. A significant concern is that 50% of the 140 million newborns require resuscitation, and 5% need mechanical assistance. The pie chart shows these statistics, highlighting the need to address lung injuries and hyperventilation caused by improper resuscitation technique. Effective ventilation is essential to reducing this mortality and long-term impairments. To achieve effective ventilation and improve patient outcome, education for healthcare providers is also a key factor. However, in some regions, healthcare providers lack the opportunity for the necessary training. The BreathQ patient monitor is specifically designed for neonatal resuscitation. The monitor has a LED ring, providing important feedback. The LED ring blinks 50 times per minute to match the recommended respiratory rate of 40 to 60 breaths per minute. The healthcare providers see the blinking LED and adjust their intervention, the speed of assist ventilation. The control box displays vital parameters so healthcare providers can monitor the patient condition. The use of EEG and SpO2 monitoring adheres to ILCO neonate resuscitation guideline. The LED ring uses color-coded feedback. A white blink means the respiratory rate is correct. The LED ring changes its color to orange when the ventilation is insufficient, when the ventilation has some problem, for example, fast or slow breathing. This visual feedback guides and educates users to ensure proper ventilation during critical moments in neonatal care. The next slide shows the development history of Rescue. The project began in 2017 by identifying unmet needs through user interviews in Indonesia, which is crucial for creating solutions suited to local clinical context and local clinical environment. Rescue was launched in 2022 in Japan and in Indonesia. What was very important for us, there was close collaboration with Japanese and Indonesian physicians to ensure devices meet clinical and educational standards. Several prototypes was developed and assessed by those physicians. During the development process, we received support from the regulatory agencies through PMDA consultation. They assisted in clarifying regulatory requirements for this device and reached an agreement on the regulatory plan before our submission for these new devices. Now a project moved to the next step, and the project for assessing the clinical and educational impact of devices is ongoing under the collaboration with JICA. The second story is Assistiva. Assistiva represents a significant advancement in robotic anesthesia system, aiming to make safe surgeries accessible worldwide. Currently, this device is only available in Japan. Like Rescue, the local clinical context is also crucial for this device. Accordingly, to globally expand the use of this software, we started investigating anesthesia workflow in Asian countries and the US. So, what challenges trigger Assistiva development? The imbalances in medical care across regions is a critical issue in healthcare environments in Japan. The insufficiency of highly skilled anesthesiologists is one of the key issues in Japan. The robotic anesthesia system is designed to assist anesthesiologists by employing a software-driven closed-loop approach. The target is to provide safe and effective drug delivery with less burden during anesthesia. Assistiva is a software medical device for total intravenous anesthesia, typically called TIVA. In the traditional TIVA method, the anesthesiologist manually adjusts the syringe pumps for drug delivery, keeping a close watch on the patient and vital signs. Assistiva is a software that realizes automation of this traditional TIVA method. Now let's take a look at the hardware components of the Assistiva robotic anesthesia system on this slide. The medical device includes patient monitors featuring BIS and NMT monitoring capabilities and up to 3 syringe pumps for each drug. The PC for running Assistiva software is connected to both patient monitors and also to the syringe pumps. Assistiva continuously received BIS and TOF value from patient monitors. Infusion pumps send its operating parameters and status to Assistiva. Through the continuous monitoring of these parameters, Assistivas control the infusion pump, the syringe pumps, for automated drug dose titration. This diagram shows the closed-loop system of a robotic anesthesia system achieved by Assistiva software, highlighting its main components and interactions. The software architecture consists of basically three modules. One is the closed-loop algorithm processes, the key components of this software. The device interface module for communicating with the peripheral devices, that is patient monitors and infusion pumps, and also the user interface control to get the input from the users and also notifying message or status of the system status. By using real-time feedback from patient vital signs and syringe pump data, Assistiva determines and sends the data to control the syringe pumps for the drug delivery. The system automatically adjusts the medication doses to the patient for optimal muscle relaxation and sedation status during anesthesia. The robotic anesthesia systems aim to assist anesthesiologists to enhance the efficiency and safety of anesthesia delivery with the automated and precise medication delivery. Firstly, appropriate medication administration is achieved without excess or deficiency from its target. Second, the anesthesiologists are freed from the burdensome task of handling syringe pumps. This contributes to reducing the workload of anesthesiologists and the risk of human error, and allowing more time for patient observation. This slide presents a 24-year timeline from the proof of concept in 1998 to the final approval in Japan in 2022. The process involves multiple key phases by clinical researchers for the clinical development, such as basic research, proof of concept, basic research, feasibility, pilot study, and the final pivotal study. There were collaborative efforts during all clinical development phases. The AMED and PMDA's participation were essential for providing financial support and regulatory guidance to the project. A series of regulatory consultations were conducted, which contributed to streamline the development and approval. The timeline shows that the strategic partnership and the regulatory support are key to introducing innovative solutions to the market. This slide shows several different types of regulatory consultation conducted in anesthesia software, Assistiva software development. Each consultation type serves a specific purpose, such as for establishing regulatory strategy or designing clinical trials protocol. From these consultations, it was determined what kind of clinical or non-clinical data is necessary for approval, what kind of risk mitigation measures should be implemented in the software. Both clinical researchers and manufacturers can join this PMDS regulatory consultation. The activity facilitated stakeholder, I mean the clinical researchers and the engineers, for the alignment for the medical device launch. So what we did learn from the development from Rescue and Assistiva, the key factors for the successful development of an innovative medical devices is outlined in this slide. First, the need of strong partnership with clinical researchers. Second, the involvement of several agencies that support financial or regulatory aspects for global development. And moreover, passion is a driver to unite the team. I have always encountered the passion that unites stakeholders together to move forward the project whenever we face challenges and the difficulties for the development. For the final part of my presentation, I would like to provide a brief overview of our recent project toward 2030, focusing on the use of large volumes of clinical data sets to create data-driven solutions for better patient care. Our goal is to transform clinical practice, making healthcare more safe, efficient, and effective for patients and healthcare providers. As all the attendees here may have recognized, integrating and analyzing the large volumes of clinical data set within the digital health framework plays a critical role currently in improving patient outcomes and achieving sustainable healthcare management. Our focus is on using real-time data streams and advanced AI analytics to upgrade several clinical support applications like tele-ICU and vital sign alarm management. The two illustrations on the slide show our recent software application for transforming clinical practice through HMI data analysis. The new application, the vital sign scoring dashboard and risk prediction system, help the user to quickly predict the change in patient condition and facilitate their clinical decision, all through the care unit. By optimizing hospital care management, we aim to boost the operational efficiency of medical staff, reducing their workload, and enhance the quality and cost effectiveness of care. However, we must navigate several challenges posed by regulatory frameworks for HMI data application. Regional differences exist in digital health regulations and requirements. Optimization of user interface and user experience by each region also differs. Assuring privacy and security for data is another key concern. So, as a closing, today's presentation introduced two successful collaborations among manufacturers, clinical researchers, and regulatory bodies in the development of the impactful medical devices. Adapting the latest regulatory requirements to meet changing needs and technology is a competitive strength for medical device industry, that for driving innovation for better clinical practice. As a wrap-up, we will continuously explore how this partnership can drive advancement in medical technology. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much for joining today and for your participation. It's a pleasure to share this information with you. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Ms. Hagiwara, for that interesting presentation. So, the first speaker presented AI technology in detection or observation of assistance of endoscope diagnosis system and chest X-ray. And the second speaker presented AI implementation breast care system for neonates and robotic anesthesia system with SAMD for drug administration. So from now on, we will have Q&A session. In the Q&A time, we also have the English-Japanese interpreter again, if necessary. So let me start with the question from my question, because the previous session, we are aware of the importance of the international harmonization. So I'd like to ask to the two speakers about how to consider the international harmonization during the product development. So the question is, does your company consider international regulatory harmonization in the development of SAMD or medical device applied AI technology? For example, does your company understand the discussion and document released by IMDRF and incorporate that to the product development? So Dr. Itai, please explain from your company's case.
Actually, our company regulatory affairs division is watching the update of the IMD. RDF. And then after receiving the update, they are changing and they are modifying their R&D procedure in our company. And then R&D team and the marketing team is catching up the update, and then we try to apply these points to the actual medical development. That this is our company's, yes, this is our company approach, yes.
Yes, Nihongo then also focusing on IMDRF. Previously, not so much. We see the Japanese regulation, FDA regulation, China NMPA regulation. But when we investigate what each regulatory bodies focus or the background of their each regulatory agency, we see we reach every time to the IMDRF guidance or something. So after now, we are very focusing for IMDRF harmonization. So I think it's very important, it's very effective to have a global guidance for the regulatory requirement. But on the other hand, what is the difficulties is for manufacturer currently. So the harmonization for regulatory aspects means sometimes localization. For example, always the problem for the language, because you may know that the MDR in the European requirement, currently the labeling and also the instruction for use need to provide for each language. So that we understand the background, but that kind of harmonization means that we need to provide medical devices for each language over 120 countries. That's it's ideally yes, and we would like to share. We would like to provide a good translation, but currently we have challenges for realizing with cost-effective way.
Okay, thank you for your answers. The language is always one of the problems to harmonize. So,
yes.
Yeah.
And because the software application is indispensable with the language for use the devices, all the application need to be locally translated for better use. But it's a very huge challenge.
Yeah, but on the other hand, sharing the correct information to the healthcare providers or patients, that is also a very important point. So to explain exactly what it means, then delivering by the local language is also important point. So it is one of the very difficult point we need to resolve in the future.
I expect the technology advance for the better translation technique. For example, for Windows or Google, I'm not sure, but currently there's a very good translation application. So we understand that we need to implement such kind of technology for our medical devices.
Thank you. Okay, now we have many questions from the floor. So let me pick up some of them. Okay, then now we start with the first question. I saw from the slide that Nihon Koden has AED products. I would like to know, for the registration requirements, is a clinical investigation conducted on patients or only on phantoms?
Yes, I can answer for this question. Unfortunately, we do not have a clinical investigation on patients, because for the
For the emergency care unit, it's very difficult to conduct the clinical trials. So what we did is an animal study to compare the discharge, electrical charge performance with on animal study comparing with the predicate devices, and such kind of animal study data is evidence for regulatory submission for the AEDs. And also, and not for the なんていうんだ、市販前の申請ってなんていうんだ。For the pre-approval submission, the animal study data is used, but also we continue to gather the data of defibrillation use case after the approval for the as a post-market data.
Okay, thank you. Then let's move to the next question. Okay, the next question is, for all AI models, are region-specific training and validation data required for registration by the regulatory authorities?
Let me answer this question. So I think it's up to the country's rules. So in Japan, I think that we don't need to specify the training data set, but for the validation data set, we need to specify the data is where the data come from, or the population of the training data set. And in FDA, we are asked to clarify the details of the training data set and the test data set. So it's up to the regional rules, I think.
Thank you. Okay, then the next question. This is also the maybe I think important question. How do you manage with ethical consideration on patient data privacy in a harmonized regulatory environment for SAMD?
Yes, I think that many companies need to follow the ethical committee approval to use the data set for the study. I think that all countries try to ask us to do same thing, even we start the study, so that all companies is following these rules.
Ms. Hagiwara, would you like to add something?
Honestly, I'm not so expert for the data privacy, but I know that there's several requirements and very severe rules for importing data from other countries to Japan. So currently, basically our data management is limited in each regions. And if we import the data to other countries, so all the data is anonymization. So we cannot exactly reach to the real hospital data, just only for after the anonymization. So
thank you. So how about next question? Okay, the next question, for Fujifilm's medical device registration in Japan, are you using a retrospective or a prospective clinical study?
Yes, I think that in many AIs, the product, we are using the retrospective data set, so that I think the not AI product, we are following the QMS, quality management system. I think that in this system, we are asked to do verification and validation using the little bit clinical data set. And then for the AI, we need to build the protocol to test using the retrospective data set. And then we need to validate the performance of AI before submitting the pharmaceutical approval.
Okay, thank you. So there are so many questions, and then Okay, then the next question, how to validate or verify the performance of robotic anesthesia system? Are there any standards that can be referred to?
For the validation, so there's a validation and the verification of the software program. I think that for the validation for the system, we did the clinical trials in 5 facilities in Japan, and so the basic protocol is to compare the traditional manual TIVA and the assistive robotic anesthesia system to compare the performance mean basically comparing the vital signs if there's any differences in vital sign data, for example, BIS or TOF data, when anesthesiologists manually conduct the TIVA and also using the assistive software. So basically the same performance can be demonstrated, so that's a validation data. And as a standard for the closed loop system, I think there's a IC standard 60601-1-10. So that's a closed loop system, the standard for the closed loop system. And also for the Japanese regulatory authorities has developed some guidance for such kind of closed loop system in anesthesia environment. So before the development for this kind of software, because it's a trend, so we also refer such kind of guidance, Japanese guidance for the development.
Okay, thank you. Okay, maybe we can take 1 or 2 more questions. So, you already answered this one. Okay. So how about validation is a similar question. So, the next question. Now maybe we can take this question. Is there any way from Japanese industries to develop the advanced medical device in ASEAN through the technology transfer mechanism?
Good question. I think that yes, we have this kind of way because now we have opportunity to collaborate with the other countries to develop their new technology because I think the Japanese product is mainly for Japanese, but I think that sometimes it's impossible to apply this technology directly to the other countries. I think that we need to adjust this product to each countries, so that in this way, at this point, I think the collaboration is the best way to apply the technology to each country's demand or situation. I think that yes, this is a good way. How about your opinion?
It's a very good question. I think. Of course, yes. We are always welcome to make some technology transfer or launch for new medical devices, because we are manufacturer. We would like to expand our technology globally, but sometimes it's difficult for us. It's difficult to find out a good collaborators in each countries, for example, to validate the product, or sometimes it's difficult to afford from the medical economy purpose. Sometimes it's difficult to find a good way to manage the medical economy so we need to find out good collaborators to address such kind of challenge to success the technology transfer. Yeah, it's not the always difficult point. It's not engineering, but the validation and financial support or sustainable economics for healthcare.
Okay, thank you. So I think time is coming, so we have to close this session. Thank you for your many questions, and we maybe have a few more questions we have not answered to. So after this symposium, maybe we will share the answer to the question. And this is the same for the session 1. We picked up some of them, so we are going to share the answers to the questions from the PMDA presenter. So from this session, the session 2, we learned a lot of the very recent AI technology or SAMD products and their efforts developing the in such software medical devices, and also we learned about many. So we learned about very cutting-edge technologies, and we also aware about that the industry side also thinking about international harmonization when developing these kind of the products. So that's all for this session, and then I'd like to close this session. So before closing session, please give to speakers for the big warm applause.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
For leading the second session.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to have a coffee break again. For VVIPs, your drink and snacks will be served on your table. And for VIPs and AMS guests, you could go to Denpasar room for having a coffee break, and for other participants and media, the coffee break is available in the foyer of the Java Ballroom.
We kindly ask that you return to the Java Ballroom promptly after the break and ready to continue with the next agenda by 10 minutes. Thank you for your attention, and we hope you enjoy your break.
As ASEAN has continued to develop since its founding in 1967, Japan's relationship with the region has been strengthened into a strategic partnership based on long-standing friendship and comprehensive cooperation. The Fukuda Doctrine of 1977 set the foundation of Japan's engagement with the Southeast Asian countries. A heart-to-heart relationship still remains as a pillar of Japan's partnerships with ASEAN.
日本と ASEAN は半世紀にわたり心と心のつながる真の友人として地域の平和と安定・繁栄のために協力してきました。アジア通貨危機、インド洋大津波、東日本大震災、新型コロナ感染拡大といった大きな危機の際には互いに手を差し伸べてきました。
ASEAN and Japan have been cooperating for ASEAN's community development and integration through a range of initiatives, programs, and funds. One such initiative is the Japan-ASEAN Integration Fund, JIF. JIF was established in 2006 to facilitate the efforts of the ASEAN member states to pursue the comprehensive integration of ASEAN and promote cooperation between Japan and ASEAN. Supported by JIF, the Genesis program fosters solidarity through large-scale youth exchange. The year 2013 marked 40 years of ASEAN-Japan friendship and cooperation, and the vision statement was adopted by the leaders of ASEAN and Japan. Since then, ASEAN-Japan relations have made significant progress through comprehensive cooperation in line with the 4 partnerships described in the vision statement. In 2020, ASEAN and Japan issued the joint statement of the 23rd ASEAN-Japan Summit on Cooperation on ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, AOIP, noting that both the AOIP and Japan's Free and Open Indo-Pacific, FOIP concept, share relevant fundamental principles in promoting peace and cooperation.
日本が推進する自由で開かれたインド太平洋と ASEAN が示したインド太平洋に関する ASEAN アウトルックは本質的な原則を共有しています。
The 4 priority areas outlined in the AOIP are maritime cooperation, connectivity, UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030, economic and other possible areas of cooperation. A variety of JIF projects have been designed to address maritime issues such as navigation safety and marine pollution. One example is the Joint Hydrographic Survey of the Straits of Malacca and Singapore, which aims to enhance the safety of navigation and smooth and uninterrupted passage, as well as to improve the protection of the marine environment in the straits.
Japan and JIF have made a significant contribution to the project. Getting new and accurate charts through the Joint Hydrographic Survey and the enhanced navigational safety will help protect the marine environment of storms.
JIF projects also seek to promote ASEAN integration and narrow development gaps through greater connectivity. The project Global Navigation Satellite System, GNSS Implementation Plan Training in ASEAN, JIPTA, seeks to enhance safety and security of air transport in the ASEAN region through training using the Global Navigation Satellite System.
But GNSS generally refers to a constellation of satellites which provides position, navigation, and timing information. The goals of GIPTA is to provide training for engineering staff, administrators, and government regulators on how to help them plan to implement GNSS in their respective countries. Because if had not been for Japan, GIPTA would not have been possible. This just shows the commitment of Japan and its strong ties to its ASEAN neighbors.
JIF projects that underpin the UN Sustainable Development Goals seek to realize the pledge to leave no one behind in eradicating poverty and creating a more sustainable world. Supporting the establishment of the ASEAN Center for Public Health Emergencies and Emerging Diseases, ARAC-FEED, will contribute to capacity building in the region to respond to public health emergencies, including future pandemics of infectious diseases.
The idea of having ACFED in all its current form was really pushed by the support of Japan. Japan became instrumental in realizing this idea, this dream, if you want. Japan's support provided the impetus to get the ball rolling into the realization of ACFED.
JIF also assists ASEAN member states in other essential areas of economic development. One such initiative is the ASEAN-Japan Cybersecurity Capacity Building Center, which works to enhance the capacity of cybersecurity experts and specialists for protecting their own government systems and critical information infrastructure.
Japan plays a major role in setting up the ASEAN-Japan Cybersecurity Capacity Building Center, and Japan has generously provided funding to set up this center, and also they offer courses under this center. Now, with all these activities, we have already created 860 cybersecurity professionals. The collaboration between Japan and ASEAN would make a contribution to the global safety starting from this region.
Through initiatives such as these, undertaken in the spirit of the heart-to-heart relationship, the government of Japan has worked closely with ASEAN for the integration, peace, and prosperity in the region.
ASEAN-Japan relations have made remarkable achievements in the past 50 years. Our partnership has been consistently broadened to cover a wide range of areas of mutually beneficial cooperation. ASEAN appreciates Japan's contribution to ASEAN community building and integration, including through programs, projects, and activities supported by the Japan-ASEAN Integration Fund, JIF. We look forward to further strengthening the partnership and cooperation, including through the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, AOIP, particularly in areas such as maritime cooperation, sustainable development, economic cooperation, and post-pandemic recovery.
日本 ASEAN 友好協力50周年の歴史的な節目に、そしてルールに基づく自由で開かれた国際秩序が重大な挑戦を受けている今こそ、共に新たなビジョンを打ち出し、新たな歩みを進めていきたいと思います。
In these eyes, I see the future. One that is shaped by the knowledge I gain, the discoveries I make, and the service I give. At Universitas Indonesia, my vision is guided by the Tridharma: to learn, to innovate, and to serve. I step through these gates not just as a student, but as a seeker of wisdom, of truth, of a place where my ideas can grow. In every lecture, every debate, I find more than just answers. I find questions that push me to think deeper, to learn more. Education here is not just about what I know, but about who I am becoming. In the quiet hum of the lab, I discovered the power of curiosity. Through research, I dive into the unknown, seeking solutions that can change the world. At Universitas Indonesia, my pursuit of knowledge is endless, and my discoveries boundless. Beyond the walls of the university, I reach out into the heart of communities, where my hands bring change and my heart connects. Here, service is not an obligation, but a calling. And through it, I learn the true meaning of impact. In this journey, I find that education, research, and service are not separate paths, but intertwined, each one strengthening the other. pillars, becoming more than I ever thought possible. At Universitas Indonesia, I rise not just for myself, but for the world. My journey has just begun, and the impact I seek is already taking shape. Will you rise with me?
Becoming a pharmacist is my destiny. Being there for people is a must in this job. But it is not that simple. It all started from Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Indonesia, the place where I learned. Everything that I learned at the Faculty of Pharmacy Universitas Indonesia keep inspiring me to be forever dedicated.
ASEAN has continued to develop since its founding in 1967, Japan's relationship with the region has been strengthened into a strategic partnership based on long-standing friendship and comprehensive cooperation. The Fukuda Doctrine of 1977 set the foundation of Japan's engagement with the Southeast Asian countries. A heart-to-heart relationship still remains as a pillar of Japan's partnerships with ASEAN.
日本と ASEAN は半世紀にわたり心と心のつながる真の友人として地域の平和と安定・繁栄のために協力してきました。アジア通貨危機、インド洋大津波、東日本大震災、新型コロナ感染拡大といった大きな危機の際には互いに手を差し伸べてきました。
ASEAN and Japan have been cooperating for ASEAN's community development and integration through a range of initiatives, programs, and funds. One such initiative is the Japan-ASEAN Integration Fund, JIF. JIF was established in 2006 to facilitate the efforts of the ASEAN member states to pursue the comprehensive integration of ASEAN and promote cooperation between Japan and ASEAN. Supported by JIF, the Genesis program fosters solidarity through large-scale youth exchange. The year 2013 marked 40 years of ASEAN-Japan friendship and cooperation, and the vision statement was adopted by the leaders of ASEAN and Japan. Since then, ASEAN-Japan relations have made significant progress through comprehensive cooperation in line with the 4 partnerships described in the vision statement. In 2020, ASEAN and Japan issued the joint statement of the 23rd ASEAN-Japan Summit on Cooperation on ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, AOIP, noting that both the AOIP and Japan's free and open...
Ladies and gentlemen, now let us start our third session with the topic of current status and future for medical device regulation in ASEAN, which will be led by Ms. Siti Sari Septiani from Ministry of Health of the Republic of Indonesia.
This session consists of 3 different topics, followed by a panel discussions with all symposium speakers and a Q&A session. We encourage everyone to participate and engage in these sessions. And for our online participants, as always, you can use the raise hand button to ask questions. And also, we have provided a Q&A link accessible through the barcode of each participant's name badge. You can always submit your questions through the link. Without further ado, please welcome the Chief of the third sessions, Ms. Siti Sari Septiani.
Thank you, Dr. Dona and Bintang, our wonderful MCs. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last 2 hours, we've been enlightened by the global initiatives aiming for regulatory convergence in Session 1 and the leading-edge SAMD that challenge regulatory agility in Session 2. Now, in this last chapter, we will see the ASEAN's trajectory, and we will see the scalability beyond that through WHO pre-qualification. I'm so honored to chair this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our distinguished speakers. Ms. Febi and Pak Dede, please come to the stage. Thank you, Pa and Mufebi. Let me have a few words about our speakers before we hear their presentation. So our first speaker is Mr. Dede Mulyadi. He is the Director of Medical Device Production and Distribution in Indonesia Ministry of Health. He is representing ASEAN Medical Device Committee, where Indonesia is the vice chair for this year. And our second speaker is Ms. Febi Yuriza Putri. She is a Marketing and Finance Director of PT Graha Teknomedica. She is also serving as Vice Chair of Indonesia Medical Device Manufacturer Association, or ASPACI. And she has many expertise. One of her expertise is ecosystem development and industry collaboration. Last but not least, actually, we have Ms. Irena Prat from WHO headquarters. She's on the line, joining with us from Geneva. And she is the team lead of IVD assessment in WHO since 2014. She's been providing a technical assessment to stakeholders in IVD's area, and also she contributes in harmonization through IMDRF. But let me first ensure the connection with Irena there. Hello, Irena. Am I coming through okay?
Hello, colleagues.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you very well,
you.
and I hope it's the same on your side.
Thank you. Yes, we can hear you clearly. And please stay with us. I will get back to you on your turn. Okay, so now let's hear the first presentation regarding the current status and future plan of medical device regulation in ASEAN from AMDC perspective. So, Mr. Dede, please have your floor.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, and all participants. On behalf of ASEAN Medical Device Committee, I will share with you activities, current status, future plan for medical devices regulation in ASEAN. Hopefully, this slide can help you get to know more about the ASEAN Committee on Medical Devices. Next. Yeah. This slide brings us to history where the ASEAN Consultative Committee for Standard and Quality, or ACCSQ, established in 1992 by the ASEAN Economic Ministers. Its goal was to remove technical barriers to trade and to support the implementation of the Common Effective Preferential Tariff, or CEVT agreement, to realize the ASEAN Free Trade Area, AFTA. Furthermore, during the 24th ACCSQ meeting in 2004, a proposal was made to create a new working group focused specifically on medical devices. This group, called the Medical Device Product Working Group, or MDPWG, aimed to implement sector-specific integration measures under the healthcare roadmap. The proposal was approved by ASEAN officials in January 2005 in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Next. Yeah. The Medical Devices Product Working Group developed the ASEAN Medical Device Directive, or AMDD, to ensure the safety, quality, and claim benefits of medical devices across ASEAN. It also aimed to harmonize technical requirements such as device classification and to remove trade barriers among member states through standards. The AMDD was finalized in 2013 and later endorsed by ACCSQ and SEOM in early 2014 after its signing by the ASEAN Economic Ministers. The ASEAN Medical Device Committee, or AMDC, was established to oversee the implementation of the AMDD. This is how AMDC was formed, and this photo shows the ASEAN member states attending the 13th AMDC meeting held in Yogyakarta in 2024. The meeting was conducted in person and provided an important opportunity for delegates to strengthen collaboration, discuss key updates, and align future activities under the ASEAN Medical Devices Directive. Yeah. This slide highlights the key activities of the ASEAN Medical Device Committee. Currently, since the middle of years of 2024, the chairs of AMDC is Cambodia, and the vice chairs is Indonesia. These roles rotate annually based on alphabetical order of ASEAN member countries. In terms of its activities, first, AMDC is responsible for progress monitoring to oversee and improve the implementation of the ASEAN Medical Device Directive, or AMDD, across the region. And second, under regulatory harmonization, AMDC update the Common Submission Dossier Template, CSDT, Risk Classification Guideline, Borderline Product, and reviews AMDD annexes in line with international standards such as GHTF. ASEAN member in IMDRF is currently represented by Singapore and Malaysia. Third, capacity building focuses on providing training and technical assistance to help address development gaps between ASEAN countries. An example of the implementation of capacity building is today's symposium activity, collaboration with PMDA Japan. Fourth, AMDC works on post-market surveillance by strengthening ASEAN vigilance system and monitoring mechanism. And finally, through public-private engagement, AMDC facilitates discussion with industry stakeholders and promotes knowledge sharing on AMDD implementation. These activities included engaging with APACMed. Next. Yeah. In addition to the AMDC, which oversees the implementation of the AMDD, there is another important body, the ASEAN Medical Device Technical Committee, or AMDT, that provide technical input and guidance to support this work. Currently, start from March 2025, the chairs of AMDTC is Brunei Darussalam, and the vice chairs is Cambodia. Same as AMDC, this task rotates every year. The key activities of the AMDTC included first, technical review. The committee supports AMDC by reviewing technical and safety-related issues, including relevant documents that support the AMDD. These activities include technical discussion about risk classification, borderline product, with the aim of achieving the same perception among member states. And second, guideline development. AMDTC provides technical input and draft supporting document and detailed guideline that member states can use in national implementation. For example, guidelines that are currently still being developed. Third, gap identification. The committee identifies challenges or gap in implementation across member states and recommend targeted technical assistance or capacity building activities. And the fourth is standard harmonization. AMDTC proposed medical device standard to be harmonized through the ASEAN Consultative Committee, Working Group, and Standard in alignment with MDD objective. In summary, MDTC acts as the technical engines that drive the implementation of MDD forward in close coordination with MDTC. And this slide shows the latest progress on the implementation of ASEAN Medical Device Directive. As we can see, almost all ASEAN member states have successfully adopted or incorporated the MDD into their respective national regulation. Years of ratification vary from 2015 to 2035, depending on national legislative processes. This demonstrates strong regional commitment to harmonizing medical device regulation, promoting safety, quality, and facilitating trade within ASEAN countries. We can also see the enforcement years of pre- and post-market control in each country. And next slide. Yeah, AMD provides technical document to be adopted by all member states and to be implemented in medical device regulation. There are ASEAN CSTD, post-market alert system requirement, and harmonized declaration of conformity. The common submission dossier template should reduce the differences in document formats that presently exist in different ASEAN jurisdictions. The adoption of the CSDT in ASEAN should minimize the preparation of multiple dossiers for regulatory submission. CSDT can be arranged in different formats, but with essentially the same contents. CSDT format as reference for medical device registration requirement. All AMS countries have adopted ASEAN CSDT in their regulation, both established and still in development. Besides CSDT, several countries have implemented reliant practices, as well as other routes such as listing and review by third parties. The slide from Thailand presents the compiled input from member states on the product registration in reference to provision in IMDD. This slide, next. Yeah. This slide outlines the future direction and priorities of the ASEAN Medical Device Committee. One of the main goals is to support the full implementation of the MDD by all ASEAN member states, ensuring not just adoption but consistent enforcement. Next, MDG is work toward establishing a mutual recognition arrangement, or MRA. This will simplify cross-border market access for medical device within ASEAN, reducing duplication and speeding up approvals. The future plan is to promote reliant practices. Another key initiative is the finalization of the ASEAN guideline on medical device post-market information exchange. This aims to enhance regulatory transparency and support vigilance activities across the region. In terms of capacity, MDC plans to provide targeted technical assistance and training to help member states, particularly those with more limited resources, close the regulatory development gap. Lastly, MDC will continue to strengthen regional and international collaboration, especially with organizations like IMDRF and GHWP, while also building stronger partnership with industry stakeholders to ensure practical and responsive regulation. Next slide. Yeah. One of the future plans of MDC is developing guideline on medical device post-market information exchange, or PMEE, for ASEAN member states. This project led by Malaysia. This document is made portion to the ASEAN Medical Device Directive for post-market alert and the need for information exchange among AMC, with the aims of facilitating access to information and to improve patient safety. Yeah, next slide. Looking ahead, the 14th AMDC meeting is scheduled to take place from 19 to 21 August in 2025, and will be hosted by Cambodia, who is currently acting as chair of the MDC. This will be follow the public-private forum on 22 August in 2025, which serves as a platform for dialogue between regulator and industry stakeholders to exchange a view and strengthen collaboration. We look forward to active participation from all of you in making the next meeting productive and impactful. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Dede, for sharing us the AMD's activities and our future outlook. I just want to remind you that if you have any questions, you can put it or drop it in our pigeonhole that you can scan here near a QR code, and then we can discuss it in a later session. Let's proceed to our next speaker. So Ms. Fabi will share about strategies to intensify R&D collaboration and to promote technology transfer for innovative medical device from industry perspective. So Ms. Fabi, you may have the floor.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, honorable guests, all participants, and also the distinguished speaker, Pak Dede, and Mrs. Moderator Busari. My name is Fabi, and I proudly represent Graha Teknomedika, industry of medical devices in Indonesia, focusing in electromedical devices, especially in the sector of critical care, surgical care, and also diagnostic and imaging since 1988. So with almost 2 decades in the industry of medical devices, and also as my role as the Vice Chairwoman and ASPAKI, Association of Industry of Medical Device in Indonesia, I've worked together for many years with the stakeholders in medical device sector. And also I've witnessed since then how industry of medical devices can effectively collaborate with academics, with industry, with clinicians, and also with government in order to turn innovation to a real impact solutions. Yeah. Next. Here's about me. I already mentioned before, so I think we can skip that. Next. So today, I will first briefly share the exciting progress toward industry medical devices in Indonesia. And I will also later share how we, the industry player, can effectively collaborate with all the stakeholders. So Indonesian medical device industry today, we actually see that Indonesia is a significant market, also in ASEAN. We have now 1.9 billion of market for medical device in 2025, and actually growing at a double digit annually. This is way more than our other countries' counterpart. And we also see, since the COVID pandemic-19, tremendous support from the government in order to build the medical device resiliency. We see it through the acceleration of increasing the use of domestic product, which is now in the presidential decree number 46, the newest one. And we also see it in the regulation applied in the local content certification. And also there are a lot more and more regulation to encourage local innovation, such as tax holiday, tax allowance, and even a lot more funds and grants to tap into the R&D. Next. And since the pandemic, we see what we call a post-pandemic boom in the industry of medical devices, where we experience 5 major key growth areas. The first one is in terms of the number of industry. Before the pandemic, the number is around 200. And at the moment, it is actually already more than tripled to 843 industry. And this, of course, is also followed by the growth in the production capacity across all class of medical devices that are produced in Indonesia. The second key growth area is in terms of the products that Indonesia can manufacture at the moment. Actually, we have increased the registration up to 81%. Indonesia can now produce 1/3 of all the medical devices that are needed in Indonesia sufficiently. And fourth, we see also a key growth area in the use of domestic medical devices. So previously, before the pandemic, the market is completely saturated by imported product, amounting for 12%, only leaving for the local product. But at the moment, actually, Indonesia use 48% of its medical device needs from the local products. So this has been a tremendous growth. And last, we also focusing more and more in innovation and in research as well. We can see that by the development of medical devices through the collaboration of research and innovation, totaling of about 243 ongoing research and development projects at the moment. Next. So this means that industry of medical devices in Indonesia is at a momentum and at a turning point. And we also see the shifting role that now industry is not only a supplier, not only a producer, but we're actually a strategic partner in creating co-creation of solution, in actually meeting the clinical needs in the market. So this is what we call market pull. So we see the needs that are not met yet, and then we also evaluate the key drivers in the market, and that become our driver to develop the product that are needed. For example, the key driver are like healthcare infrastructures and also the market needs. And then we also see the driver as a demographic, like the aging population, for example, and then the prevalency of diseases in countries. And of course, technological advancements as well. We see now like future trends, for example, in like AI, IoT, telemedicine, remote monitoring, portable diagnostic, POCT, and then also software as medical devices. And last, also we have to measure and take into account the manufacturing and technology capabilities and availabilities. So due to this complex nature of medical device industry, actually collaboration is very essential. It's not really optional anymore to do this cross-sector collaboration. What we call usually pentahelix, where we collaborate between the government, academia, the industry, the media, and also the communities, in order to find a solution and being able to produce medical devices that are safe, effective, and also answer the needs in the market. Next. So when we talk about collaboration actually takes many forms and also very much possible in every step and process in the manufacturing as an industry of medical devices. But today we will focus on 2 aspects regarding the R&D and then the transfer technology. So for the R&D, we see, for example, the first option is the academic partnership, where universities and academics provide strong researchers, and industry can provide the manufacturing know-how, the market know-how, and the market access. And second, we also have to utilize the clinical collaboration. These are between the hospital and KOL, for industry to be able to do the clinical research and to be able to get a proper feedback from the user what are actually needed in the market. And next, we also have to utilize the public and private collaboration. This is where the industry can tap into the innovation fund or grants. In Indonesia itself, we have LPDP, for example, and BRIN that can provide such grant and work together with the industry. And last, the government plays a pivotal role in the collaboration as well, through the incentive, but also through the harmonization of regulation to ease cross-border innovation. So the one that Pak Dede has mentioned, the AMDD, this also enable industry to tap into that and work together not only on nation level, but ASEAN level. Next, we will move ahead to the technology transfer pathways. So technology transfer differ than the R&D that started at the pre-conception phase. When we talk about technology transfers, it's focusing more on the manufacturing side or manufacturing process. And there is no one-size-fits-all for this because it depends on the appetite of the industry, it depends on the core competences of the partners. And there are a couple forms. The first one is technology transfers, where this is usually for industry for advanced medical devices and involve a lot of intensive training, intensive capacity building, and so on. And next is the contract manufacturing, also involve a lot of intensive training and transfer technology as well. But this goes beyond just serving that current market, but it's actually also to expand the supply chain of the industry itself. And next is licensing, where the industry that want to go or produce a certain products can have a licensing partnership with the industry that already started earlier and innovate from there. And last is a joint venture, where industry can actually create a whole new entity or a new business in order to focus on more advanced technology or specific need in the market. Next. And of course, it's easier said than done, because as you can imagine, when there are many stakeholders involved, there are many challenges and solutions. Here you see the first challenge will be the mismatch between the academia and industry, for example. As the academia usually has a different in terms of priority, maybe focusing more on having a novel research or having a publication or having a patent. While industry wants a practical solution and practical approach to be able to produce medical devices. And we see also the difference in timeline, because industry wants it to have a faster market to, a product to market time. And also the output also differ. But there's a solution to this. So very important that from the beginning, the industry and the academia align their vision, also share a KPI and a dedicated team, and define the roles effectively. And this way, actually the link and match can be done between an academia that really market-driven and the industry that innovation-driven. This way, both needs and role can be met. And next challenges will be the valleys of debt. I'm sure all the academia here are already very familiar with this term, where there are not only one, but actually there are two valleys of debt. The first one being when tracking the product or the prototype from lab to the commercialization phase, and the second one from commercialization of that initial phase to the upscaling of the industry and the manufacturing. The solution is it's very important to bridge these two valleys of debt by having the role of TTO, or we call it Technology Transfer Officer, where we have seen now many more universities actually has their own TTO in order to bridge the gap between the industry and the researcher. So here, the TTO can help navigating the complex negotiation regarding the IP and regarding the role, while the industry can provide their expertise in terms of maybe getting a funding, manufacturing know-how, and also other expertises. And the third challenges are the IP and ownership concern. This also become always an issue and usually unfortunately come later than in the beginning. So that's why the solution for this is that it's very important to have a clear framework and agreement from the very beginning in order to avoid and anticipate issues that may arise later. And last, the regulatory uncertainties. There's a lot of regulatory uncertainties that may be very difficult to navigate, especially as medical devices is a highly regulated product. So it's very important to have the support of the government or another bodies to have an early consultation and to actually really utilize the expertise of the industry in order to be able to navigate this complex regulatory requirement. Next. Okay, so here I would like to share some of successful collaboration that Graha Technomedica are already fortunate enough to have during the past years. And this one is a collaboration with the academia. So first started in 2020, where Graha Technomedica always start everything with a problem. So when we develop product, we always start with a problem, as you can see here. The problem at the time, as we know, 2020, is the COVID-19 pandemic. So there's not enough number of ventilators in Indonesia. And we also cannot import a ventilator because all the country fend for themselves. So we have done a collaboration with Universitas Indonesia, who's the researcher, already do research for the portable ventilator, and we do the contract manufacturing for them. And due to this, we managed to produce a certain amount of COFEN-20, and the COFEN-20 itself reached 215 hospitals in 29 provinces, and actually saved countless lives. And not stopping there, we also continue our collaboration with academia. We are now collaborating also with our partner, Universitas Indonesia, for developing an advanced operating table, high flow nasal cannula, and also oxygen concentrator. And why we develop this? Because we see the problem that there's no high-end operating table exists in the market. And also, we see the needs to produce, for example, an oxygen concentrator that are available and accessible at a low cost. At the moment, this collaboration is still on progress, and we actually act as a product co-development. Next. Yeah, we're also collaborating now with another academia who is Swiss-German University, or SGU, where we develop an infant warmer and incubator. And we developed this because we need a low-cost infant warmer that are suitable for the budget and also to be used at the primary healthcare in Indonesia to support the plan of the Ministry of Healthcare undergoing the transformation for primary healthcare in Indonesia. And also we see also the needs to have a more advanced incubator that hopefully we can integrate like AI function or IoT and remote monitoring as well. At the moment, we are still on a process to do this collaboration. Next. Next. Yeah, and now moving on to the successful collaboration with the industry. So this is the technology transfer that Graha Technomedica has done, and we have managed to launch the product actually in the beginning of last year. So it started again as there is a problem where the surgical instrument market in Indonesia is very big. However, it's full only with imported products. It's either high-end product or low-end product. There's nothing in the middle. So there where we come in to fill in the gap. So we managed to establish a transfer technology with a partner, Rudolf from Germany, who has an experience of more than 100 years in surgical instrument. And we have done enormous amount of training and transfer technology, and we even make sure that the production facility using exactly the same machinery, or at least build the machinery in Indonesia that have exactly the same specification. And as I mentioned, we managed to launch the product last year, and we also just recently received the local content certification of more than 40%. Which is our commitment to support the Indonesia medical device resiliency. And in the future, we're planning to expand the products. Now we can produce about 7,000 different surgical instruments, and we plan to being able to do more. And we're also going to invest in after-sales facility, and also going to send our team to Germany for a month in order to be able to do this. And in the future, we're also going to be the Asian hub to do an export to all ASEAN countries. Next. Next, we also have a successful collaboration with Mindray, the biggest Chinese manufacturer. And it started again as a problem because we don't have enough advanced ventilator in Indonesia. We have few local ones, but it cannot fulfill the needs in the Indonesian market. So in here, we collaborate between Graha Technomedica as an industry Mindray also as an industry, and we also collaborate with a hospital or clinician, Hasan Sadikin Hospital, and also facilitated by the Ministry of Health. So at the moment, we do collaboration contract manufacturing, but we actually add additional feature and benefit to the product, which is the remote monitoring software. Yeah. At the moment, we actually already finished with the AKD, already on progress for the TKDN certification, and currently on the first production for the ventilator. And in a short future, we will also expand to another like high technology medical devices. Next. Yeah, so this will be very interesting to the Japan counterpart that present today. So our last example for successful collaboration is with Horiba Japan. Actually, Graha Technomedica is the first medical device industry company that collaborate with the Japanese industry. And we start again as a problem that there's not enough IVD instrument at the market, especially the one with an advanced features. Therefore, we collaborate with Graha Technomedica and Horiba Japan and Horiba France, which is focused in the IVD like production. And we do a contract manufacturing, but again, we make sure that we add an additional like benefit or feature to the product, which is the remote monitoring software. So actually the partnership started already since October 2022. It was the longest discussion that we have had with a potential strategic partner to get to know each other and to build trust. And until in the end, we signed off the agreement on 2023. And since then, we do intensive training, both here and also off-site at the Horiba facility. And we have managed to get the AKD in July 2023. We also have managed to complete the TKDN or local content certification, again fulfilling the required 40%. And because the collaboration is successful, Horiba has trusted us to now extend the collaboration not only to the 3-diff hematology analyzer, but go to a more advanced medical devices, which are the 5-diff hematology analyzer and clinical chemistry. And we are now already completed also the AKD registration and already did a tremendous amount of training at Graha Technomedica facility. But we will also, as a commitment, we will also send our team in June next month to Horiba, France to do an intensive training for a whole month. And now we are hoping to complete the TKDN certification for the rest of 2 products and hopefully start the production plan as soon as possible. Next. So based on this example and based on the current landscape, us as the industry would have few recommendations for the Asian stakeholders. First one is that we see that there's really a big need for a national technology innovation hub, the one that goes to the ASEAN and Japan level. This means that there will be a platform available to facilitate academia and industry to have the discussion, to have the initial contact, and hopefully to matchmaking with what they need and what are required. We see already like an example of this, as I myself is also involved in the development of the ASEAN Technology Management Hub. So hopefully the platform will go into utilization within the next few years, and all of us at the industry can tap into the researcher and the technology that are available not only in Indonesia, but also in other ASEAN countries. And next, industry of medical device in Indonesia, and I think also similar in ASEAN if you compare to globally, are still infant industry. This means that we would need a lot of support from all stakeholders, the government, the clinician, the communities. We need all the help and the collaboration that we can have in order to grow this infant industry, in order to be able to navigate the technology transfer and focus on a collaboration for the advancement of medical devices. And therefore, funding and grants are very much highly appreciated, and hopefully this initiative can be continued as well by the government. Next, also this kind of event where we promote capacity building to support innovation, and also where we promote the Asian Medical Device Directive and make it possible for our medical devices to be used in another country in ASEAN. This is very, very helpful and very good in growing also the industry of medical devices. And last, we don't want to only focus on what the industry needs, but we also want to focus also on what the academia, for example, required in terms of the IP protection and also cross-border licensing. So a better scheme and a protective scheme to appreciate the research, I think is also very much necessary. So in the end, I believe that all of us here, all the stakeholders of medical devices, we all have the same goal, which is to have a better health outcomes for everyone, not only in ASEAN level, but also globally. And therefore, we believe innovation is the bridge and collaboration is the key and the vehicle to get there. Because if we do everything alone, we might get there, but it will be very slow. But if we do it together, it will be faster and more impactful. And I think, speaking also for the rest of industry, we believe that the industry now is committed and we are ready to bridge the gap and to partner and to have collaboration with all stakeholders involved. And together, we hope that across ASEAN and Japan, that we can unlock this innovation faster and grow the medical device and advance the medical device that we can produce. Thank you very much to listen to my presentation, and I would be more than happy to connect with all of you and to discuss anything that you would ask later. And also I would like to invite anyone here to visit our booth outside at Graha Technomedica if you want to see some of the product that we produce, or even to come to our factory located at Sawangan, Depok. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Febi, for sharing us your best practice and also for the positive encouragement at your closing statement. Again, I remind you, if you have something to ask, please drop your question in the pigeonhole. Okay, moving on, our next speaker, Ms. Irena, she will shed a light on the assessment of WHO pre-qualification on IVDs. Irena, are you ready?
Hello, colleagues. Yes,
Oh.
I'm ready.
Great.
First of all, let me thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this important event. I'm very happy to be here with you today, although it's unfortunately virtually. I will share with you some basic information about the pre-qualification of in vitro diagnostics program, which is managed by WHO. And let me just check with you whether you can project the slides. Or shall I do it?
Yes, we can see you clearly.
Okay, I do not see my slides for the time being.
Okay, please wait a while.
Sure.
The committee maybe can help to share Irena's slides. Or Irena, do you mind if you share your own slides by yourself?
Let me try.
Hi.
The system doesn't allow me.
Okay, please wait a while. We will try to resolve. Okay, now we can see your slide.
I can see them too. Thank you very much for your kind assistance. So colleagues will spend the next couple of minutes together going through what we call pre-qualification of in vitro diagnostics. This is a program which has been in place since 2010 and is managed by the World Health Organization. Next slide, please. I'm sure you're all aware of the current landscape in which in vitro diagnostics fit. Every year, there are hundreds of millions worth US dollars health commodities which are purchased for distribution in resource-limited countries to people in need. And in vitro diagnostics play a very critical role in this space as they help us ensure blood safety, surveillance, diagnosis, and treatment initiation and monitoring. The recent pandemic that affected the world so much clearly underlined, probably more than ever before, how important in vitro diagnostics are as a critical contributor to a functional health system. However, many essential IVDs are still not available in many settings around the world. Next slide. WHO's work in the area of in vitro diagnostics builds on several very high-level principles, such as those laid down in World Health Assembly resolutions that drive the work we do at WHO, also principles set through universal health coverage and sustainable development goals. Through this, WHO is highly committed to advancing healthcare in all regions across the world. Next slide. WHO has been actively performing quality assurance activities in the IVD space for a long time. This work started back in the late 80s, when WHO decided that performance evaluation and operational characteristics were to be assessed to determine which IVDs were fit for purpose to be purchased, mainly through international procurement and international donor-driven programs. And this is how the very first activities based on the performance evaluation started, obviously with HIV, and then they were expanded through hepatitis B, hepatitis C, syphilis, and other areas of work. And here we see the publications that actually used to be published by WHO in those times. Next slide. However, the global market trends are very rapidly changing. There are rapid advances in technology and science, thanks to all the scientists, academia, and also manufacturers who have been investing in this space. The epidemiology has been very rapidly evolving also around the world. Technological innovation moves at a very high pace and actually very often much faster than regulations do. We are more and more looking into options for decentralized and rapid solutions, particularly those at point of care that can bring the adequate support to patient care. We are also more and more interested in less invasive approaches, and obviously we're all trying to streamline pathways from testing to care. And in this context, obviously the old system which was used by WHO to ensure quality assurance of IVDs was no longer suitable, and a more comprehensive approach and better aligned with regulatory practice was needed. Next slide. And one more. So in this context, pre-qualification came to life back in 2010, and it represented a shift from the old system, which was only performance evaluation based, to a more inclusive, comprehensive, and stringent approach, which is designed to capture not only performance, but also quality and safety. This program, which came to life in 2010, is also aligned, importantly, with global standards for assuring the quality of in vitro diagnostics. Next slide. So this is another visual representation of the fact that pre-qualification builds on quality, safety, and performance, and assessment of these through complementary activities that I will present to you in a minute, which allow us to ensure the best patient outcomes. Next slide. The aim of the pre-qualification program is to promote and facilitate access to safe, appropriate, and affordable IVDs of good quality. So pre-qualification is really one of the tools which can allow us to improve access to much needed health commodities. This program has a very tight focus, as pre-qualification cannot accommodate the many and different IVDs that typically regulatory authority would do in a jurisdiction, but we focus on what we call IVDs for priority diseases. We also pay a lot of attention on the suitability of this product for their use in resource-limited settings. The scope of pre-qualification continues to evolve and is defined in collaboration and in agreement with the WHO technical programs. WHO technical programs develop guidelines which contain recommendations on the specific use of in vitro diagnostics in a disease area. For example, you would have a testing guideline with specific recommendations on the use of IVDs in the HIV space, in malaria, etc. And here in this purple shaded part of the slide, you can see which in vitro diagnostics are eligible for pre-qualification assessment today. They capture HIV across serology and molecular technologies, malaria, hepatitis C and hepatitis B, human papillomavirus, G6PD, cholera, syphilis, tuberculosis molecular assays, SARS-CoV-2, blood glucose meters and test strips, HbA1c point-of-care analyzers, and hemoglobin point-of-care. So you can see that we have expanded from the more traditional products which have been assessed, particularly infectious diseases, now into the non-communicable diseases space. The next products which we are planning to accommodate into the pre-qualification scope this year are TB-LAM, urine LAM assays, and we will also be doing more work on STIs, including the products you can see listed at the very bottom of this list. Next slide. The PQ program is, as I mentioned earlier, aligned with best international practice, where internationally accepted or some regional standards or guidance exist. We take those into account and we don't change them. For example, several ISO standards and European standards are taken into account. Other guidance documents developed in the IMDRF and previously in the GHDF. We also build a lot on the CLSI guidance documents, which are very technical. And finally, we take into account the requirements which are developed and implemented by national regulatory authorities that we recognize. In addition to this best international practice, which is available and that we leverage, we also develop WHO-specific guidance and requirements. We call them the Technical Guidance Series, the TGS, and the Technical Specification Series, the TSS. And what is very important in pre-qualification is that we always assess the product version which is intended for the global market. In such a way, we take into account the specific needs of low and middle income countries and ensure that those products that will be entering LMICs are specifically assessed through the pre-qualification assessment process. Next slide. Pre-qualification builds on a standardized procedure which aims at determining if each product which is submitted for pre-qualification assessment meets several pre-qualification requirements. There are three pillars of the PQ assessment process: a review of a product dossier. So the product dossier, which as in any regulatory or regulatory-like submission, would be prepared by the manufacturer through a selection of records from the technical documentation, which is held by the manufacturer, to document quality, safety, and performance. The second pillar of the pre-qualification assessment process is a performance evaluation. This evaluation is independent from the manufacturer and comes to complement the validation and verification data that is submitted by the manufacturer in their product dossier. The third pillar of the PQ assessment is a manufacturing site inspection, which reviews the quality management system, including the manufacturing, and builds these additional insights into the quality of the specific product. In addition to these three key pillars, being the product dossier, performance evaluation, and site inspection, we also thoroughly review the product labeling as a very important tool of communication between the manufacturer and the final user of the product. To do so, we have two different pathways: a full assessment and an abridged assessment, whereby the abridged assessment builds on an already existing and recognized regulatory approval, which allows us not to repeat certain parts of the assessment which were already done in an equivalent way by recognized regulatory authorities, but rather focus again on those elements of the assessment which are critical for and in a resource-limited setting context. Next slide. A few more words to describe what an abridged assessment is. So as I mentioned to you, this mechanism allows us to focus on specific elements of the assessment to avoid duplication, where a regulatory assessment was already successfully completed for the same product. And this allows us also to reduce the time taken to assess the product and to focus on those elements where the pre-qualification assessment brings added value. We have here a list of regulatory assessments, approvals, listings which are currently recognized for the purposes of the pre-qualification abridged assessment, which can only be used for high-risk devices, such as those in the risk classes C and D, or class 3 devices, where the risk classification builds on 3 different classes. Next slide. As you can imagine, for a successful pre-qualification and a positive outcome, the product has to be successful across the various activities. So we need a satisfactory product dossier to be submitted. We need a satisfactory performance evaluation, whereby the product will meet specific performance thresholds and certain operational characteristics. And finally, the quality management system under which the manufacturer operates also has to satisfy our requirements, which are aligned with ISO 13485. So when this is the case, so the product was successful across all of these steps, then the product is pre-qualified, it's added to the list of WHO pre-qualified IVDs. This list is in the public domain on the WHO website. We also post a public report, which is a summary of the pre-qualification assessment. Once the product is listed as pre-qualified, it becomes eligible for procurement by UN and other agencies that rely on pre-qualification listing as their quality assurance criterion. The product also becomes eligible for what we call the CRP, which is the Collaborative Registration Procedure, which allows national regulatory authorities in member states that have limited regulatory capacity to leverage the existing pre-qualification reports as means to abridge and facilitate their national registration. Next slide. So once the product is listed as pre-qualified, the manufacturer still has some obligations in order to maintain their pre-qualification listing status. Manufacturers have to comply with commitments they might have made during the pre-qualification assessment to address gaps which were considered minor but still relevant. So once the pre-qualification is achieved, the manufacturer has to continue working on addressing those minor gaps that were identified, so they have to meet their commitments to pre-qualification. All manufacturers that have pre-qualified products also have to submit to WHO an annual report, which is a very succinct report, basically summarizing some sales data, complaints, and health safety corrective action information. This annual report mainly allows us to detect, for example, major upscaling in manufacturing and to properly schedule re-inspections. We also have change reporting requirements. We just published a new version of our guidance on our website. And these change reporting requirements define manufacturers' obligations to report and properly document specific changes, again, to maintain the PQ status. There are post-market surveillance obligations for which we have a dedicated guidance document, and again, request manufacturers to notify to WHO specific events. And finally, we expect ongoing compliance with our requirements, including technical specifications, and we also expect that manufacturers accommodate routine site inspections as it is the case in any certification and in any certification cycle. Next slide. This is just a visual representation, a summary of what I have explained to you, trying to, again, outline the fact that pre-qualification builds on a dossier review, site inspection, and performance evaluation. Based on the outcomes of these activities, a pre-qualification decision is taken, reflecting conformity with quality, safety, and performance requirements. Pre-qualification builds on international and WHO standards. It reflects specific risks which are relevant in a resource-limited setting environment. We always assess the global market version of the product, and we also have mechanisms to ensure ongoing compliance of products which have successfully reached pre-qualification. Next slide. This has brought us at the end of my presentation. I thank you all very much for your attention, and I would be very happy to answer any questions to further clarify. Over to you.
Thank you, Irena. Wonderful presentation. Big round of applause. Okay, so finally, it's time for us to engage with the audience. But since I would like to keep track of time, because we still have a panel discussion after this, so I would invite one question from the floor. Do you have any question? Please raise your hand. Or if not, we can go to the pigeonhole. Okay, can we show the pigeonhole? Okay, please wait a while. Okay, so let's check this one. Okay, I would go for the first question, the top one. As we heard, the new president idea of TKDN, it's local content in Indonesian language. Is it influence the market and industry focus? And how does Aspaki handle this issue? I think this question goes to Ms. Feby. I think this is from your colleague, probably. Yeah.
Somehow I already anticipated that I will have this question.
Oh, really? Good.
Okay, so yes, yeah, very important questions. Because I think, as you have seen from my presentation, you see the key drivers of growth for our industry of medical devices in Indonesia. It stems from a pro-local product regulation that is established since the COVID-19. And one of it is, of course, the local content certification. So, of course, after the new idea of the president, Aspaki, who represented the industry of medical devices, of course, has to move fast and act to make sure that the aspiration of the industry is being heard. So that's why we have held a numerous audience with the stakeholders of medical device in Indonesia, ranging from the academicians. So we also do like a focus group discussion, for example, with University of Gajah Mada, in order to evaluate the impact of local content in the growth of industry and in overall like economies in Indonesia. And also we hold like an audience with the government, in this case mostly with the Ministry of Industry. And we also hold like audience and discussion with the Ministry of Health as well, in order to address this. And we also created like a podcast, also socialization, and also making sure that our aspirations are being heard. And actually, we're very happy that last week we have received the confirmation. So the industry is not anymore in the limbo. The industry is not anymore worried about this, because the president has published a presidential decree number 46, which actually not only supporting the local content, but is also put an emphasis and underline on the local content and the prioritization of local product in the procurement of government. Yeah, so this is a very strong signal that Indonesia continues to support a local medical device production and also local production in general. So we hope this not only create a confidence in the industry, but also create a confidence in the whole stakeholders in medical device industry of the direction that Indonesia is going. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baby. And then our next question will go to Irena. Irena, you have one question. Actually, this is from me. The question is, from your presentation, we learned that one of the scheme of the WPQ is a breach assessment. So I see that there are expanding number of regulatory authorities that can be relied upon in this scheme. My question is, and also regarding the WHO GBT tool for medical devices, is it automatically the regulatory authority in maturity level 4, can they automatically be relied upon in this breach assessment? Irena?
Thank you very much for your question. I think you're touching upon a topic which is attracting a lot of attention, and it's really, I'm pleased that this is so. So WHO has complemented what we call the GBT tool, the global benchmarking tool, which has historically been used mainly in medicines and vaccine space, now to include also medical devices. And as you correctly pointed out, this tool allows us also to build on the evidence which is generated through the GBT to consider specific approvals in jurisdictions for an abridged pre-qualification assessment. What happens across product streams in pre-qualification is that we consider what we call WLA, WHO-listed authorities, as a prerequisite for granting an abridged pre-qualification assessment. So far, this hasn't been the case in our space because we didn't have that tool, but the tool now exists. It's really new. We are very keen to implementing it in as many jurisdictions as possible. So once we will have WHO-listed authorities, WLAs, in the IVD space, the listings and the approvals granted through these regulatory authorities will also be used for triggering a pre-qualification abridged assessment. Back to you.
Thank you, Irena. I think that's a good motivation to trigger our regulator here to catch up with the WHO GBT tool. Okay, now it's time for us to have a panel discussion. So I will invite all speakers to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome again all speakers to the stage. Welcome back again, all speakers, to the stage. This is the last opportunity for you, offline and online participants. If you have questions that you'd like to ask directly or through Pigeonhole, we would like to address in our last session, panel discussion. Please raise a hand to indicate your interest. Okay, so now, before you ask, I will ask first to Dr. Itai from Fujifilm. Yeah. So we noted that for the last 13 years, Fujifilm is very much progressive in the invention. And you yourself is a patent holder for about 40 inventions since then. Wow, that's great. So my questions would be, what do you think is the best regulator role, maybe from PMDA or Japanese regulators, that you feel, that you perceive as the most important for your invention during those times? And my second question would be, in inventing those devices, do you have the idea from the market because of the use of the device, or you find it first and then the market will follow? Yes, please.
Thank you for your. Thank you for your question. So the idea for the invention is coming from the market and actually the customer side. It means the doctor and patient. That's a real thing, because yes, we have the good technology, but if the direction of the product is a little bit different from the market requirement, I think that that's not useful for the patient, customer, and worldwide. That's why we have opportunity to collaborate with the customer for getting the demand from the hospital side and the patient side and doctor side, and then we'd like to realize the good solution by using the not only AI technology, but also the IT solution or new things. This is a real thing.
Thank you. So the development itself comes from the market through practical use, right? And then what about my first question? Is there any key role from the government that help you much in this invention? Maybe the consultation service from PMDA or in a clinical practice?
Both. So that in my presentation, I didn't mention the detail of the consultation with the PMDA, but actually, in order to produce the product, we have some consultation with PMDA several times, and then what the protocol is used for the product or etc. Yes, so that I think the PMDA consultation is very important, and then we can build up the suitable protocol, and then we have an opportunity to get the suitable data set from the hospital or something, somewhere. That's why I think the PMDA consultation is very important. I think that this can, I can say the same thing in the FDA, because we have the opportunity to talk with the FDA agency via the Q-submission or pre-submission to get the information for the suitable test protocol and data collection for the AI development.
So I highlight your point that communication between industry and the government is very much important in product development, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And my next question will goes to either Yamada-san or Ishibashi-san. This is related to AMDC presentation. If we notice that in the future plan of AMDC, AMDC is planned to have a mutual recognition arrangement, or MRA, and also the post-market information exchange. How do you see this as opportunities to bring AMDC to the IMDRF world, or the further collaboration and harmonization?
I think we are very much welcome the collaboration with AMDC. So until now, I think in the chairmanship under Europe, they proceeded collaboration with African countries, and under the U.S. chairmanship, they advanced the collaboration with South American countries. So until now, the number of countries from Asia affiliated members are less than other areas. So Japan and maybe Singapore also are very interested in increasing the number of affiliate members from Asian countries. So if MDC can cooperate with us to increase and further collaboration with IMDLF, we are very much welcome to it. And we can provide some benefits. We can provide trainings. And also, if one of the Asian countries can be the member of the IMDLF, they can be the, as I said, they can participate in the teleconference of working groups. Then through the experience, I think ASEAN country can understand some deeper knowledge about the most innovative discussion with regards to the medical device regulations. So in any ways, we are very welcome the participation of Asian countries. So if there is anything we can do with the Asian countries, as well as MDC, please discuss it. We should discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ishibashi-san. Again, I will invite any other question from the floor, or maybe the committee can prepare the pigeonhole. Well, I will go to Nihon Coding. Hagiwara-san. Okay, Nihon Coding is highly associated with pulse oximeter, found like many years ago with from the well-known Oyagi-san. And then years after, especially when COVID-19 hit, it becomes like the most wanted medical device in the world. So I see, including your presentation on Assistiva, it took years to develop. So I learned that sometimes we need time to translate the research into its practical use. From your perspective as industry, how do you see or how do you measure which one is the prospective research that could contribute to public health even in the long run? Can you share to us?
It's quite interesting questions because it's not business side, but we have several innovative technologies produced. Not only the two devices I introduced here, but as far as I see, it's take almost 20 years, every technologies. 10 years for establishing the basic algorithm or basic key technologies, and the last 10 years for improvement for adapting as adapting as a real clinical use devices. So it always takes 20 years previously. So for continuing the 20 years, I say it's a passion, just a passion. Because some researchers or some engineers strongly want it to continue because it is really effective. So there's many person that says the contrast things, but the only one reason is passion. The belief that this technology will change something.
Okay. So you need an instinct there, right? Okay, thank you very much. Do we have a question from the floor? Okay, while waiting, I will go to Ibu Febi again, if you don't mind. So in your experience, especially in collaborating with many countries for years, do do you feel any positive impact of the harmonization? For example, do you feel like the reducing compliance costs between countries for your product to enter other countries? Or is it like opening in new investment opportunities by harmonizing regulatory framework? Can you share to us?
Thank you for the question. So yeah, first of all, collaborating with many different stakeholders and also many different industry coming from different countries is indeed challenging. That's a work in progress and learning by doing what we're doing at Graha Technomedica. That's why we have like several tips of success, for example, that really find trustworthy and long-term strategic partner and really define each other's strengths and roles and responsibility, and also make sure that you have a group project management that's very important, a very intensive, at least weekly communication for this project, and also just genuine passion, I think. Just like what Nihon Koden Alting has, and believe that you're developing a product for a purpose, and hopefully that it could be utilized and help a lot of people in the future. So there's a lot of challenges indeed. So one of the remedy of the challenges is, I think, indeed the harmonization. Because it gives us hope and belief and confidence that what we're doing in terms of research and collaboration and in terms of innovation and transfer technology can go way beyond actually nation scope. Because with harmonization, that means that the product that we're developing can now be used, can distribute, and also can help a lot of people, not only in Indonesia, but also in ASEAN countries. So that definitely open a lot more possibilities for us. And second, also by having harmonization, I think it's also forced us to keep challenging ourselves as an industry of medical devices, that we're not only excelling in national level in Indonesia, but we're also excelling in ASEAN level and hopefully global level as well. And that's also something that at ASPACI that we have the motto that we want to make sure that our medical device industry is competitive and also can compete globally. So I think the initiative of harmonization provides a lot of good benefits for industry of medical devices, and in the future not only accelerate the growth of industry, but also accelerate the products and capabilities of the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fabi. Okay, do we have a question? Kitahara-san, please.
Can you hear me? Okay, I'm Jun Kitahara, head of PMDA Asia office. I have a question to the industry colleagues, but when you developing product, you come to the PMDA and consultation, and then if you go to the other countries, consultation service, and then all of the consultation is different from the how do you combine that situation? You can I say the requirement is different, and you
Kitahara-san, sorry, the microphone has a technical problem. Can you repeat?
How about this? Okay. Then my question is, when you go to the consultation service for the development of the product, and then if the country A say this way, but in country B has some slightly different requirement. So in that case, how do you compromise those kind of situations? You develop two different products, or just the negotiation between those to, the agency and then, the produce one product? That's my question. Thank you.
Maybe our colleagues from industries can address this question.
Thank you for the question. So of course, like those differences can arise during the development of product that have maybe a different requirement. So I think first of all, we want to make sure that our vision and our requirement is aligned with the partner, whoever it is in the stakeholder, let's say an industry, for example. That's why before the initial even sign off of agreement, usually we have already been involved in many discussions, many visits to each other's facility, overseeing the manufacturing process and the standard that being applied at each companies to make sure that we have at least aligning in terms of the standard, in terms of the vision, and how the partnership will go ahead. And that's on the company level. And second, on the product levels, of course, there might be differences as well. So I think it's very important to make sure that which one actually are critical, and those requirements shall not be changed because it impacts maybe the safety, maybe impact the performance or the requirement in the destination or where the product should be distributed. And those definitely us as the industry partner should meet without any, let's say, adjustment. Yeah. And I think that's why if we do the due diligence very good in the beginning, and hopefully during the product conception levels, those problems will be minimized. Yeah. So there's a core requirement that we will definitely have to meet, and there's second, a requirement, let's say, a nice must-have. I think those are the negotiable ones that I think we can discuss based on the focus, based on maybe the cost, maybe based on the capabilities of each company, and so on. But basically, the core requirement, we always strive to fulfill that because that's our responsibility as an industry partner. And I think in terms of the requirement here, industry, Geraha Teknomedika, for example, can also provide market access and their regulatory expert. So this way we could consult earlier, even before the products actually in conception. We can consult earlier with the stakeholders such as the government, maybe Ministry of Health, or even if we talk about local content, maybe Ministry of Industry, to make sure this requirement at least already fulfilled. This way, we're not going to find any surprises later that actually the product will not comply, or the product may be costly, or cannot achieve the local content requirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope some kind of regulatory harmonization may minimize those kind of problems. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Kitahara-san. Thank you, Ms. Fabi. And then I would like to go to Irena. Are you there? Irena?
Where are you?
Okay. just to give you a brief description about our venue here. So we have a medical device exhibition outside the ballroom, and there are some IVD manufacturers actually listening to our talk currently. So I think there might be a bit curious about the breach assessment, which is, I think, more appealing for them. The question would be, in this breach assessment, which of the components that can be streamlined? Is it the dossier, the performance evaluation, or the site inspection, or all of them?
Thank you for the follow-up question. I'm very happy to tell you a little bit more about the breach assessment process as such. So the question is very pertinent. You will recall from my presentation that there are three key activities which are part of the pre-qualification assessment. There is a dossier review, there is a site inspection, and a performance evaluation. So under the abridged assessment procedure, we can abridge the dossier review by focusing on specific dossier components instead of reviewing the full dossier. So this is the first avenue to explore. The second one is the quality management system, whereby if the manufacturer already holds an MD-SAP certificate and report. So the MD-SAP is the Medical Device Single Audit Program that has been very successfully implemented by several jurisdictions which are part of the International Medical Device Regulators Forum. This is a second option for manufacturers by submitting this type of evidence to actually allow my colleagues in the WHO pre-qualification inspection team to avoid going on site and rather leveraging the evidence which is already available through the MD-SAP report and certificate. The third component of pre-qualification is a performance evaluation. The performance evaluation will be done in the same way, no matter if it's an abridged or a full assessment. However, we are now looking more and more into better adjusting and streamlining the design of these evaluations to ensure that for those products which are of lower risk, the design of the evaluation as such is already limited, for example, only to the analytical part of the evaluation, just to make sure that, again, as we build on a risk-based design program, we want to make sure that these principles can be properly applied across all the components. Back to you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Irena. I think it's related to our event also. Tomorrow we will have a session with PMDA regarding MD-SAP, and I believe that our ASEAN AMDC member states would like to hear more about that and the implementation in the WHO pre-qualification as well. Okay, can we show the pigeonhole? Committee?
So, Ms. Sari, there's actually questions from our online participants. Maybe,
okay.
Yes.
Yes, please. Anyone in the online, on the line?
So for Ms. Dian,
Okay.
can you turn on your camera?
Ms. Dian, please go ahead with your question. Yes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to ask to Ms. Irena how WHO evaluate IVD performance in the pre-evaluation assessment process.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dian.
Thank you very much again for your question. So in the pre-qualification overall assessment process, we assess performance both through the dossier submission review and within the scope of an additional performance evaluation, which is independent from the manufacturer. So the first piece is the dossier submission, where a big portion of this submission will actually share with us data from validation and verification studies. So the manufacturer will be responsible for convincing us through the overall data sets that will be submitted as part of the dossier that all the claims the manufacturer makes about the product have been properly validated and documented. This is the first portion. The second portion of performance will be assessed through what we call the independent performance evaluation. This evaluation is implemented through one of our partner laboratories, again using a standardized evaluation protocol, which is shared with the manufacturer. The manufacturer will send the samples of the product to be able to implement the evaluation, and then based on the results of this evaluation, we will generate an additional independent data set, which again reflects the performance of the specific product in the performance evaluation. So you will have two complementary activities, both assessing performance and making sure that our expectations both on the dossier side and on the independent performance evaluation side are met. Over.
Thank you, Ms. Irena.
Thank you, Irena. I think we can take one more question if we have from online or pigeonhole.
I think there's one.
Oh, Okay, I see a hand there.
Participant,
okay. Please
can
come
you,
to the microphone.
yes, move forward to the microphone.
Yes, you can come to the closest microphone. Ah, okay. Please say your name, your country or institution, and who you are addressing your question to.
So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I am Shifa. I'm from Inspire, and I would like to ask to the representative from Japan. So, hearing about the regulatory updates on TKDN, is there any chance that the plan for doing the transfer of knowledge and also transfer of technology become increasing from your perspective? Because I believe TKDN and our government initiative to always support the local to become more concerned about the AKD. Is it any focus that drive into more TOT and also TOK more easier for Japan to go to Indonesia? Thank you.
So, Ms. Shifa, you're addressing this question to?
For the representative from Japan.
In Japanese industry?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So for your information, TKDN means local content, Indonesian local content.
Yes, the distribution of medical devices is becoming more and more complex, and regulatory requirements for both the performance and also for manufacturing becoming more and more demanding. So I think the technology transfer should be increased for the market access. However, I think for example, for the framework or consensus for the approach has not been firmly established or developed among the stakeholders. So I think the more clear pathway for the technical, for technology transfer we need, because each time we negotiate with each stakeholders. So I believe the more such kind of regulatory framework, the regulatory for the engineering transfer should be established to accelerate the industry, the movement for the industry. That's my opinion. Honestly, Nihon Koden has not have a good, successful experience for engineering transfer. We always love to do so, but it's still struggling. So just the current situation. The Fujifilm and Nihon Koden is a little bit different situation because Fujifilm is more and more software devices probably. So I do not have also any image for the engineering transfer for the software devices as well.
Yes, so I'm not sure this would be the answer for your question, but now the Fujifilm headquarters has an opportunity to learn to grow up the person for the technology, for example, image processing for the IT or AI development, and then they have chance to move the other countries, and then they build their module or the core engine, and then this would be a chance to transferring the knowledge and experiments from the Fujifilm headquarters to the other countries. I think that would be around, idea for the transferring the knowledge and expertise. That's our opinion.
Okay, thank you so much. That answered my question very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shiva, for asking. Oh, okay, just 1 minute, please.
Additional comments as the other end of the spectrum. I think it's very positive to hear that Nihon Koden and also Fujifilm are, I think, quite open to the idea of transfer technology. And as a company that has now fast experience with establishing the first cooperation with the Japanese medical device industry, we understand definitely your challenges and the thoughts regarding the regulatory uncertainty and also the lack of framework. That's why I think it's very important to have at least the first initial discussion with a potential partner that you trust and believe the expertise of, just to do a knowledge sharing in this sharing experience. And I think our company will be very happy to have such initial discussion with both of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baby. Okay, I'm sure it's getting more interesting, but unfortunately we don't have much time. We can finish the Q&A after the session, okay? So I have to close this session. Let me conclude with the encouraging takeaways. The upsurge of medical device in terms of complexity, number, demand, and also diversity is indispensable. And ensuring the safety access to medical device to patients is uncompromisable. Therefore, the regulatory framework should be responsive and adaptive, and aligning regulatory practice around the world is essential to fit in these situations. Thank you for all the speakers for your insightful presentation, and also for our online and offline participants for your active engagement. I hope you have a good day. Thank you very much. Back to MC.
Thank you, Ms. Hari, and all of the speakers for outstanding session for the last session. Your efforts were truly appreciated. Excellency, participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we will proceed with the last session of the day, which is closing remarks.
We are now going to listen to the closing speech that will be delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Indonesia, Professor Dr. Ari Anwar, Magister Science Apoteker. To Professor Ari, we welcome you to the stage.
His Excellency Kia Masahiko, Ambassador of Japan to ASEAN, this morning is coming, and Dr. Jun Kitahara, Head of PMDA Asia Office, distinguished representative from JAIF, delegates from Pharmaceutical and Medical Device Agency, PMDA Japan, all directors and Ministry of Health, Republic of Indonesia, all honored speakers, esteemed representatives from ASEAN member states and the ASEAN Secretariat, respected guests from JICA, AREA, NCC, NCGM, JETRO, WHO, and other relevant organizations, leaders of Medical Device Industry Association, academic regulators and professional colleagues, from across ASEAN and Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and warm greeting to you all. On behalf of the Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Indonesia, I would like to express our sincere appreciation for the trust and honor extended to us to be part of this significant event. It is a great privilege to note that this marks the third time of Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Indonesia has been entrusted as one of the implementing agencies for ASEAN-Japan Medical Device Symposium and related regulatory training activities. Today's symposium has served as a truly remarkable platform for collaboration, bringing together regulators, academic and industry stakeholders from various countries to engage in critical discussion on both strategic and technical aspects of medical device regulation, including emerging technologies such as software as medical device or SAMD, artificial intelligence, and remote monitoring system. As we have learned throughout today's session, the landscape of healthcare technology is evolving rapidly. It is our shared responsibility as regulators, researchers, industry actors to ensure that these innovations are introduced in a manner that is safe, effective, and beneficial to our communities. In this context, regulatory harmonization and capacity building across ASEAN region are utmost importance. Through strong collaboration between ASEAN, Japan, and academic institutions such as ours, we can contribute to building a more integrated, competitive, and sustainable healthcare ecosystem in the region. Let me emphasize that this symposium is only the beginning. In the coming 2 days, we will continue our effort through an intensive seminar involving 40 ASEAN medical device regulators, aimed at deepening technical knowledge and sharing best regulatory practices. We truly hope that seminar will yield concrete benefit for the national regulatory system of each ASEAN member state. For your information, Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Indonesia already established the master degree in regulatory science, and also to increase of capacity of ASEAN regulatory and private sector in terms of healthcare regulator and also medical device regulatory. We welcome to all to participate. The training program will be established in our university. I hope our university, University of Indonesia, especially Faculty of Pharmacy, become the hub of the training to collaborate with PMDA and other party in Indonesia. So all the party in ASEAN can get the benefit of this training. And I would like also extend my deepest gratitude to Japan ASEAN Integration Fund, JAIF, PMDA Japan, and Ministry of Health of the Republic of Indonesia for their unwavering support and commitment to this initiative. Also, we are so thankful for additional support from JICA. For ASEAN member states, we wish you a productive seminar the coming days and continue success in your respective duties. May you always be in good health and high spirits. To all of you, we look forward to welcoming you again in next program, and sincerely hope that insight and collaboration shared today will bring lasting value and meaningful impact all the stakeholders involved. and see you in the next ASEAN-Japan Symposium 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Arif, for the closing remarks. Honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the conclusion of today's event. We hope the presentations have been both insightful and enriching for everyone in attendance.
Before we wrap up, I would like to remind you to complete the feedback form. The link of the satisfaction survey has been provided and can be accessed through the barcode on your badge. Your feedback is of course important to us, and it will help us to improve our future events. Before we parted, I would like to remind all seminar participants from each Asian member state that tomorrow's event, the MDR Seminar 2025, will start at 9:30 a.m. at the Padang Room meeting, and the registration will be open at 8:30 a.m.
We would like to inform that air flight reimbursement and per diem costs will be given by tomorrow, Thursday 15 May 2025 at the VIP holding room from 11 a.m. until 5 p.m.
Finally, we have now come to the end of our symposium. On behalf of the host and organizing committee, we would like to take this opportunity to extend once again our deepest appreciations to the VVIPs, VIPs, and all honorable guests for sparing your time in participating in this MDR symposium today.
We would like to thank our speakers for sharing their expertise and knowledge with us, and for our moderators to lead all the sessions so that this symposium will run smoothly. Your contribution have made this symposium a success.
We would also like to acknowledge that this project on ASEAN-Japan Medical Devices Regulatory Symposium and Seminar is supported by the Government of Japan through the Japan-ASEAN Integration Fund, JAIF, with additional support from Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, Indonesia office. Without their support, this symposium would have not been possible.
Furthermore, we would like to thank our organizing committee from Universitas Indonesia, Ministry of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, PMDA Japan, ASEAN Secretariat, JICA, JAIF management team, and everyone involved in the JAIF project for their hard work and dedication in making this symposium a reality. Your efforts have ensured the smooth running of this event.
Lastly, we would like to thank our participants, both online and in person, for your attendance and active participations. Your questions and comments have added value to the discussions.
Once again, we would like to express our sincere appreciation for your active participation and thoughtful engagement throughout today's symposiums. We hope the sessions have provided meaningful insights and valuable opportunities for future collaboration. It has been an honor to accompany you.
On behalf of the organizing committee, thank you, and we wish you continued success. I'm Donna.
I'm Bintang, signing off. See you next time.
See you next time. Thank you very much.
As ASEAN has continued to develop since its founding in 1967, Japan's relationship with the region has been strengthened into a strategic partnership based on long